Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome
Hello.
to the CoCoNation Show, episode 399. And I'm alive this week. Good to be back.
Glad to have
You
back.
say that now.
Yeah, just wait till we get to Steve's name. Okay, so on the panel today, we got first up is Alan, Exile in Paradise.
$3.99. Isn't that more than what this show is worth?
A lot of entertainment value.
Well,
Entertainment.
That's
eating
after
sleep is
inflation.
cheaper than insomnia drugs.
That's
Cool.
after inflation.
Howdy, everybody.
All right, let's see. Next up, yours truly, the button pusher. Next over, Kevin Holloway.
Show us your CoCo cat.
Which one of us?
Kevin, he just showed us his CoCo cat.
He's got the anti-cat.
There it is. Well,
That's no cat.
Yeah,
That's a dog.
Worst
That's-
cat
It says
ever.
cats that look like dogs.
That's the kind of food that the coyotes get around here.
Oh, watch out.
Yeah.
Got to be careful.
Then they all scream together. Look what we found.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Next over, we got Rick Euland.
How do you follow something like that, folks? I just don't know. So howdy.
Quickly.
Well, how does it say Rick out of the word Patrick?
Because there was a Pat and a Patty and a full Patrick at one of my jobs, so I became Rick.
So it's
Just
Okay.
take off the PAT and you got Rick.
That's
All
right.
right. That's all that's left.
Yeah.
You're lucky it isn't Pet Rick.
Next row, we got Jason, the CoComan.biz.
The CoComan.biz. Well, there's a title. The CoComan.biz. It's the CoCoNation. It's Diet Dr. Pepper. It's water. Where's David Ladd?
Do you have a Z in your name, like the next guy?
Oh, could be worse. I could, my name could just be one. It could be just like, lose all those letters.
Okay, next over, our special guest, Steve Skrzyniarz. How was that?
Pretty good.
It's like souvenirs with.
Yeah, exactly. I pronounce it Skrzyniarz, but yeah, I tell people think Skrzyniarz. Thanks to Curtis for inviting me in today. I really cut my teeth on hacking on the CoCo when I was a kid, and can pretty well draw a straight line between that and my career path, meeting my wife, and other important things in life. So it's a special machine today to me, and I feel
Was
honored
prison
and
one of them?
excited. Not so far. Not so far.
Oh, man.
This
Nice
is a
welcome.
dark show for intros here today. I don't know what's
Nice
going on.
welcome for you. All of us have done some form of.
Next up, L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to shorter one, I think.
Oh, let's see, Ron Deluxe.
Yeah, there was a disclaimer in the beginning, so we're good.
That's right. All right, next row, Marco.
Hey there, glad to be here, and I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations is over for Steve, so no problem. Glad to have you on.
Bob.
Not actual legal advice.
Hello, fellow coconuts. Welcome back to the show.
Nice to see you have a door on your monitor.
And Ken
third
Waters.
Welcome, I guess.
Okay. Henry Gernhardt.
Hey folks, welcome to CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today I'm watching all the traffic around me so I don't kill anybody.
That would be good.
Good advice.
All right.
I look in your rear view. You've got some red dots following you around.
Oh,
Right.
about them.
So unless they start flashing, you're okay.
Pretty much.
And let's say Nick Marentes.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to provide sanity and common sense to the show.
You block
That'd be a
it
first.
Today,
And I
Run out
fail.
of phone!
I will fail.
What would we even do with that?
And last but not least, Brian Wiesler.
Hello.
hello, that's it.
Well, that's a downer.
He's the only sane one on the panel, by the sounds of it.
From the mega
A
factory.
man of many words.
Let's
Hi.
see. In the
The
chat.
anti-David Ladd.
Ooh.
In the chat, we got Wayne Campbell, Kevin Holloway, Michael Zwiffel, Julian Brown, Jim Rye, Daddy Burrito, the CoCo Man, 8 Bits in the Basement, Marco, Wayne Campbell, David Croker, Sixy, and scroll, Daddy Burrito, Tom Eric Gunderson, Mark Siegel, and William Maything. And that catches us up. Okay.
Good international crowd. There's people from France, from the UK.
So having a week off and then these colors, that's probably getting to me today. All right. So what do we got up first today? Since we did no show planning.
Oh, so
Brian Wiesler, did you have anything? You kind of joined the pre-show a little bit late, so I don't know if you have anything to show today or.
Yeah, I have some stuff I can share. If you guys got time,
Okay.
if you got some time for the guest, then
How many truckloads this week, Brian?
I didn't know if you guys were doing something with Steve there. So
We are, but it'll be
we
in the
will.
Game On challenge because it's related.
oh, okay, very good. Let me get
He
myself
looks
organized
like he's
here.
a little hurried. I guess the backup sounds of his truck backing to the gate have stopped. Yeah, exactly.
Mow back, mow back, mow back.
Go ahead and switch my camera here.
Too far.
Okay, you guys ready?
We
Yep.
stalled for you.
Okay, so you guys have seen this book before here. The
I have one of those. Yep.
500 Peaks of Pokes. Well, I came across this copy of it. I know there's like different versions of it, but I haven't found anything different. Both say first edition though, but this was a white cover with red lettering version of the book. I've always seen the ones that I've always seen the ones with the orange, and then there's the other one that's 500 more, that's blue, and then there's another one that's green.
Blue.
But I haven't seen a white covered one before.
Rochester,
So
New York.
It's called
They
ran out of the orange and finished the run with the white.
Well, that one's shiny cardstock, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
Yeah. Whoa.
Ooh, fancy.
Chrome code or something. So.
Maybe
I
that's
bet
the
it's
metric one.
I met
I mean,
the
all the
orange
rest is
one's
the same.
kind
It still says first printing edition, just like the orange copy says the same thing. So I thought maybe there might have been a first or second printing type of thing, but
I know what happened. He printed that one, found out how much those shiny white covers are, and then he went to just orange construction paper.
right.
Could very well be because the Chrome code back in
Cost
that day
savings.
was pretty expensive.
Yeah. I guess the layout is a little different here now that I think about it, or look at it here a little bit closer. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess
First
it is a
one
little. I guess it is a little different if you look at it on the inside cover here.
Huh.
Yeah,
So
first
here's
one-
Yeah, typewritten. The white one's
so-
typewritten.
Yep. So you can see.
And the
here
left
then
one
here,
is
so-
actually typeset with
Yep, so
proper.
here's the
Yeah.
so here's the orange or the orange copy, and then here's this one here. But yeah, you're right. This
Yeah,
one's more typeset.
There's also multiple copyrights in the one on the left and not on the right
Yeah.
near the top there.
Yep.
What's that embossed on the top corner?
That's from where this
Oh,
would happen
yeah.
to come from. This would happen to be.
Oh,
It was in a library. So
Oh,
I just got
okay.
embossed. Yep, that's all. So, but yeah, so I guess it is. Yeah, you're right.
Cool.
I didn't. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that at first. Still
Yeah,
kind
it
of
says
getting over
fourth
it.
printing on the left one. It's first printing on the right one. So
Yeah. Yep.
So you
I
have
wonder-
the original
earlier.
and the like fake one.
Yep.
Yeah, I had
It was cost reduction.
still getting
Yep,
over this
yep.
cold of mine here, so I was probably a little just a little blurry vision here. So, but yeah,
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
we'll blame it on cold medicine.
there you go. So yeah, so I thought that was kind of a fun little find there with that one.
Brian, is it safe to assume that you've got your eyes on the supplement that's up on eBay right now?
I'll probably take a look at it there. So, but is the supplement one is it the orange cover or is it a different color or blue? Is it green?
Oh,
Sorry,
the
yeah,
500
it's-
more? That's the green
it's
one,
green.
isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, I
green,
have that one.
so- Yeah, so it's this right here.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, And then there's also the 300, which is another one that this one's for the 3 that goes with it. So yeah, these are the ones that you normally would see out there. Those colors like that. At least that's what I've always seen in the past, and I've had other duplicate copies of this. But then here's the
white one's unique.
Yeah, you've got like the
how
first
many
run.
of you used it?
I've used it.
Yeah, everyone here has probably
I've used it.
done something.
Who's used it this year?
Right?
Not this year.
Well, it's only February.
And then this was the joystick that I've been looking for a long time, and finally one did pop up here. Now this is one that I've had for a couple years now, but with all my joysticks that I collect, I like to get a pair of them. Just me and my OCD there wanting to get a pair. So finally, a second one did pop up on eBay, but you can see here quite a difference. This one here, the cord's a little duller, a little stiffer. This one here, the cord's still somewhat soft, and you can see how it's not quite as yellowed. So it's not quite a twin, but
kept in box.
Well,
but
do
you
you
can
think
see
they
here.
use different plastic?
Oh,
No,
I don't know.
probably
It might just be faded a little bit here. You can see here that
Could
like
be
a lot
how
of
they
the
stored it too, and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the WICO products have a sticker on it for RS for Radio Shack, and then they have like Atari, AT for Atari, and then I can't remember. They have TI for the Texas Instrument, because WICO made a lot of products for a lot of different ones. And so this is the one that I had, and this is the one I just got here last week here. So that was
Do they work?
2 buttons.
So
do they actually work?
I don't know. I haven't tested that one yet. Another one that I didn't need one of these only because of the name and that there's actually a shipping label on it. And Curtis is going to understand the emphasis of this, but I also got another Waco ball. But what caught my eye was this one has the big shipping label on it, and it was sent to Terry Larroway. And Curtis knows the significance of that as far as.
I also know Zebra Systems. What's his name used to come on the show regularly that worked there. What's his name? Whitebeard.
Al?
Yeah, thank
Al
you. Yeah, Al Hartman. He might have actually shipped it himself.
Okay, yeah, it's possible there. So yeah, but Terry Larroway, some of the stuff that you guys have been seeing us talk about, some of the floppy disks I've had, more specifically the that drive that we showed on the virtual CoCo Fest, not 100%, but well into the high 90s% that this stuff might have come from Terry Larroway, as far as he was the last owner of these items. And then this stuff somehow got onto eBay through a reseller. But that's what caught my eye was the fact that Terry's name was on it. I already have a couple of these track balls, but and this one's in fairly good shape. The only thing that's missing is it doesn't have the power adapter, which the CoCo version of this does require power.
Yeah.
Requires a power adapter to run. Unlike the Atari one, it just plugs in. This one does require not difficult. Just
I think it's unique. You even have the box, but you still didn't get the power adapter.
Yeah, it doesn't get the power adapter. So, but the cord's in there, and it does have the manual.
And the manual.
Wow.
I'm not sure what this was for here. This was landed announcing greeting card designer for the.
That's
color
from
computer.
Zebra Systems as well.
Oh, okay, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And let's see what else was down in here. Some.
So it looks like Terry lived in Bremerton, Washington.
Yeah, I was going to ask Steve,
Yeah,
did you know Terry? Because he was pretty active in the CoCo community in the early 90s. He was actually selling stuff.
I didn't. I was down in Tacoma, so I was probably 40 miles away from there, and I was a kid, so I didn't have any transportation or anything. So
okay.
And then there was even this list here of stuff here. CoCo greeting card designer compatible printers. It shows some of the printers that were available with it.
Star Micronics Gemini 10X. That's what I have.
So, but anyway, so yeah, it's, like I said, it was the fact that it had belonged to Terry, or at least had been shipped to Terry. That's what caught my eye with it, because of some of the relevance of some of the other stuff that I recently acquired. So,
what's that phone number in the bottom?
Not sure.
It matches the address you just took off the invoice.
Oh, was it? Okay. I thought it might have been associated with that. So,
okay.
So I got that there, and if you guys have a few more minutes here, we can. If you guys want to do some floppy flipping, I do have a stack of floppies we could look at, and maybe there might be something that maybe you guys might find interesting, or that I'll put a little sticky note on and make sure I get it archived. So
Paging David Ladd. Paging David Ladd.
Right. You should
so
see
I'll just kind of
this.
flip through these, and if you guys see something that jumps out at you, let me know. So here's one called Diskcat. I'm not sure what the disc.
Yeah, that was a utility by
catalog.
Bob Vanderpool. So I didn't never use it, but I do remember seeing it.
Yeah, I'm still running that thing. It exists on my hard drive still. So if I look something up, Diskcat still has it all indexed.
Does it put numbers on each of your disks?
It just remembers where everything is, so you can look up a file and it will tell you what disk it's on and so
okay.
forth.
Oh wow,
that's cool.
It's a database for cataloging your disks.
This is probably more of a Microsoft. Well, no, it says Basic 09, but it includes Basic 09 runtime, Microsoft development disk, personal database system.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. But when I saw the Basic 09, I saw Microsoft. That's the thing that because they do some collaboration there, Curtis. Didn't they do something with that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But this is the development disk, so this is the one to have.
Yeah, flag that one. I'd like to get a copy of that one and see what's on there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see it too. And Brian gets another unicorn.
Post it.
You better put a tab on the side there.
Right. Well, this is just color scripts at working copy. We don't have to worry about that.
Oh, let's go color scripts at
Elephant memory systems.
Yep. Those were
my first floppies ever.
Colorwriter 64 working copy. So
right.
We've seen that one.
Can we get a non-working copy?
We can try.
Some of them. Yeah.
Most of them.
I use that one for doing papers.
It's a formatted.
There's the Birkenberg controller.
Real-time
there.
clock. Yep.
Ooh. And then XT-ROM. This is the boot disk that goes with that one.
Yeah, that was an auto boot ROM that you could put onto the PC controller that plugged into the Birkenberg, so you could auto boot right to your hard drive just from turning it on.
Awesome.
Remember those floppies? You could buy a stack of them, and some were orange, yellow, and blue, and different colors.
So here's one here that says miscellaneous programs. There's a little printout right here. I don't know how you guys. Maybe I should zoom in.
It's pretty blurry.
A little bit. Let me zoom in just a little bit there.
Up too close. No.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
So I don't know if these were maybe some type-in programs back in the time, but I don't know if anything there jumps out at anybody. Looks like they're all basic programs for most part.
Ooh, loan.
Looks like utilities.
Yeah, there's a members BAS and members DAT, so I don't know if that's like something for a club or something.
Yeah.
Yo-yo?
I don't know how many tape to disc programs there are.
A few. Tom Mix had one.
Or is a
Spectral had
BBS
one.
file download disk?
Yeah, it could be.
That just says Rainbow. That's just one of those. Color Accountant. I think I actually had the original of this one.
Yeah, I remember that one. I'm trying to remember who made it. That was a. They used to have full page ads in Rainbow. I can't remember the name of the company now.
No, the color scripts it. CoCo Max. You guys all know that one.
Well, are they font discs? Or are they program discs? What are they?
These are just the. These are probably just the program discs. I have the full set of the originals there, so
Can you show us?
I'm trying to go a little quick, Ron, because I literally got about 200 discs I can flip through here. So I didn't want sorry. Not trying to rush. I was just trying to show the unique stuff that's not typical. Sorry. That one says ROM pack programs, so looks like skiing and color file. Looks like this the bin files from the
back to that hacking theme and ripping things off of things and putting them on other things.
Let's see here. There's that. What else we got here? Data Master Computerware 1987 512K OS9 level 2 for Color Computer 3 submaster.
That was a database, if I remember correctly.
Interesting.
Number 148.
CGP 115. That was that little pen printer, wasn't it?
Yeah, the little 4-color pen printer.
Yep.
Or toilet paper printers, I used to call it.
I thought that was a TP10.
They both are. One's a bit more colorful.
One uses regular paper.
Let's see here. Telewriter. CoCo 3, Telewriter 128.
Yeah, TW80 is the one that allowed it to use the 80 column card that Tandy sold as a third party, and was also sold by, was it PBJ, PGB, PBH, something like that? Or made it. And Telewriter 128 is Bob Vanderpool rewrote some of Telewriter 64 to run on the CoCo 3 with 80 columns, etc. So that's kind of the upgrade for the CoCo 3.
Yeah, that's a nice program.
Then here's the Telewriter for 1 and 2 Telepatch 64. Here's a original to that one, maybe.
Ooh.
Here's a serialized version of the 64.
Yeah, I can't remember what Telepatch changed. It was a pretty good upgrade. Do you remember, Ron?
No.
Mem test, RAM disk, printer.
Is that a disto utility one? Oh, performance peripherals. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Color Venture sold it, and performance peripherals, I think, is the one that wrote it.
That came with my 512 board. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Everyone's 512 had the same 3 programs, slightly different names sometimes, but
yeah, that's like just like the one I had with my old performance peripherals 512.
Yeah, because they sold the 512K upgrade.
Yep.
Here's a Dyna spell.
Yeah, that's written by Dale Puckett.
And the dictionary.
Yeah.
Dictionary, so it actually spells words that you might need to spell.
Yeah, you can add your own words to it too. It's actually quite quick.
It worked. Yeah, it worked well. I remember that.
Dale Puckett in the Union Gap.
Public domain files.
The Seattle 68XXX users group. Okay.
Yeah.
That's obviously OS9, judging by call, shell, dir copy, etc.
Here we go, Curtis. Here's some OS9 goodies.
Just reading the descriptions there.
Is there a dragon on there? What is that?
Directory utility built directory storage. Disk cache utility. The patch to CC disk included.
JT menu, JTFM.
I'm not familiar with this one.
Ooh, better flag that one.
Yeah, better send me a copy of that one. It might be included with the new EOU.
Could be, yeah, new stuff.
I recognize view on the bottom there. That's Von Cato's text file viewer.
Oh, VU right here.
Yeah, which viewed all kinds of things, right?
Bellingham OS9 users group. Their newsletters are all scanned and on the archive.
And here's some upgrade files.
Now, the very top one there includes Basic 9 runtime. That's the same as that Microsoft thing, isn't it? Same title? Well, it's just off the top of the camera here.
We can't quite see the title.
Yeah, isn't that the same as that Microsoft disk you showed earlier?
Yeah. Okay.
It just doesn't say Microsoft on it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on those.
Well, you know, the Microsoft one looks better printed, and that one looks like it was made to show.
I like the hole punch on the OS9 tutorial to make it double-sided too. He missed the first time and had to do it a second time.
I had to do it a couple.
Why don't you turn to the side and throw it in your system and boot it, and let's see.
Because he's got 200 disks to go through.
I don't have a system turned on right now.
6 hours.
We don't have that kind of time.
We'll make a segment for that disk. Yeah.
It's time for everybody's favorite segment. What's on that disk?
OS9 Windows Writer.
Make sure you bring your favorite beverage.
Window Writer is by Owlware. It's a really nice CoCo 3 only word processor that actually supported the mouse for pull down menus and stuff.
I would know that word blank.
And I'm in the midst of right now patching it because it's something on it broke with Nitrous 9 at some point between 2004 and now. And I'm decomming it thanks to Wayne Campbell's utility for decompiling Basic 9 programs, because it's actually written in Basic 9 with some assembly language subroutine modules, but it's a really nice word processor.
So apparently he's using...
Go ahead, Rick.
So apparently he's using Window Writer with Dynaspell.
Yeah, well, Dynaspell you just ran on a text file, so you could run it with any word processor as long as you saved.
Yeah, it's just weird because it was integrated with Dynastar and
Dynacalc and
everything. It all just ran together. So you ran those 3, and that's really common: Dynastar, Dynaspell, Dynaprint.
The problem with Dynastar was that it never got an upgrade for a CoCo 3, as far as I know. So
It runs
like
just fine. All you had to do was change your term set in OS 9 and it's fine.
Yeah. But like I said, Window Writer allowed like mouse pull down menus and stuff, so it was a lot more modern. And I don't think Dyna Star ever got upgraded for that kind of stuff.
It was WordStar. I mean, it was always WordStar.
Yeah,
same as Screen Star, but ComputerWare is a WordStar clone.
Oh man, it's not very protected.
So was the Dyna series part an offshoot or clone of CPM?
I don't remember the history, but I think those were available on the 6800 even before the 6809 came out, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the OSK version has a very $450, I think, for OSK from Frank Hogg. Got a version of it on the wall over here.
G Shell Plus 1.24. That's Kent Meyer's modifications that he actually gave me the source for, and that's how come G Shell's kept going, thanks to that version and from Kent Myers himself.
Nice. Okay, I have another stack if you guys want to flip through that, or we can move on.
No, sure. Go ahead.
This is producing noise.
I got to flag some more discs for you to send me, so.
right.
Right.
The index builds.
Okay, well, here we go. Yeah, okay, this one here I have an original for already. This is the CoCo registry. I have that one somewhere.
I don't remember, what is that? Do you remember?
There's like what was that? I don't know if I even have it near me here real quick. Oh,
I've never heard of that.
It's in that box right there. Let's see.
Is it just a bunch of stuff on it?
Let's see. I'm not sure if it's right here in front of me. I know it's in this box here, but I don't know how quickly it'll jump out at me.
Yeah, except I remember reading there's an ad for it, I think in the World of the 68 Micros or something, but I can't remember exactly what it did.
If I don't find it here in the next 10 seconds, we'll move on, and I'll just have to find it later.
I would guess some sort of a name list.
Yeah, or maybe a list of CoCo vendors or something. I can't remember. I recognize the name, but I can't remember what the program did.
People who let me copy games.
Yeah, it's not jumping out at me. I thought it was in this box right here.
Just go on to the next one.
Yeah.
We'll have to figure what it is later.
Yeah. Flag that one for later research.
Right.
And is that one actually a flippy from a factory?
A flippy?
Like the
notch on either
that
side.
square notch. It's very factory looking.
Well, possible.
Is there two
I
holes?
think there was a flippy that was factory made, but it was.
Yeah, there was.
I
What was
forget
that
what
level
had a
2
weird
database
name.
master? More database. We already saw that one
Center
there.
it. Center it.
Yeah, because it says reversible on that one.
That one did.
Hmm.
S-Pack. Oh, that's directory utility pack is what that says. Whoop. There we go. Various OS
940 track, but I have no idea what all that is.
Yeah.
The pack is that's the extension for one of the compression routines written by George Jansen, of course, who's doing the 6809 assembly course for the CoCo 3.
So these discs here kind of caught my eye. This one says Shell Plus Experimental Disc.
Ooh. I know what Shell Plus is because we include 2.2a in EOU, and 2.1 and 2.0 are the big ones that came out from Ron Lamardo, I think is when I wrote it. But experimental, does that mean that's an early copy as they were designing stuff and might have source code? Because I don't have anything but disassembled source.
Yeah, I don't know.
Flag that one for me too. You're gonna be busy.
Yeah. When you make Curtis go, ooh, that's an accomplishment.
Various host 9 utilities, probably nothing too much there.
Yeah, well, that's just 3. That's a floppy driver that is way expanded past the one for CC disk, and is a requirement to run MS-DOS disks natively on the CoCo.
Oh, okay.
You also have to install the MSF file manager. WizPro, that's the terminal program by, was it Bill Brady? That Frank Hogg sold. It was CoCo 3 only, was one of the early ones, and it was hyped up like crazy. There's actually full page ads for it in Rainbow around 87, 88.
Your name's familiar.
And then here's some of these labels are getting old and they're kind of falling off a little bit, but focus. This is sound 1 and sound 2. I'm not sure if these are
HD backup, hard drive backup.
That's yeah. There's a lot of whoops. I'm not getting these things centered too well here. Sorry, guys.
Okay, VED I know because that's the word processor choice for me in OS 9. Stylo is stylograph, I'm presuming.
Yeah.
I don't know what the other ones are, but it sounds like these are from like he's backing up his hard drive onto floppies.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of backup in some of these other disks here too, if I remember right. Whoops. Let's see here.
In my collection of floppies, I never really believe what the sleeves say because they can come from other.
Oh, right.
Here's is it J-term?
Yeah, that was another terminal program. I didn't use it too much because there were some better ones like OS term, etc. So
OS9 terminal program documentation.
yeah, J-term was a fairly primitive one, but it was CoCo 3. I think it did allow 80 columns if I remember. I used it very briefly, but then I switched to OS term, Supercom, and a few others.
Let's see here. Best of 83. Oh, this must be just a CoCo thing there. Here we go. Telecom files, RS-DOS.
J-term by Greg Miller. Ultimate term by Ken Johnson from Calgary. J-term, I can't remember who wrote that one. OS term is by Von Cato. That one actually had had a host mode. You could actually host a mini BBS to send files to friends with password protection and stuff, but it supported ANSI and a bunch of other stuff. It was a good one. And Ultimate term, I think, was probably the best terminal program on the CoCo 3 for Disk Basic.
It was good.
Let's see here. Here's a CoCo 2 and 3 games. Pit Stop 2, Runner.
Donks is from Rainbow. Runner, I'm assuming, is the little Smurf running game. That's also from Rainbow. And then Pit Stop 2 and Demon are distributed backups.
Right.
Distributed backups.
We'll have to check them to see if they're made by Mr.X, and we'll explain what that's about later. Window Master. That's the rather famous one. That's by Bill Vergona of Surcomp. This might have been one of the programs that was cracked and brought to his house door after he claimed it couldn't be broke. But that was the whole windowing system for Disk Basic, and it was the one that said you don't have to be an OS9 rocket scientist to do movable windows and stuff like that, and that's what spurred Kevin Darling to actually make the full version 3 upgrade for OS9 Level 2 that they were going to sell through Tandy, except the CoCo got canceled right near the end of it.
Oh.
This has the mark of a copy-protected program in that you have to use the original disk. So you get that dirty label.
Oh.
You can go through mine and say, okay, that one's copy-protected, that one is, this one isn't, this one isn't, oh, that one is. That one's really copy-protected because...
This was quite a nice program. Like Surcomp took out full-page ads with photos of the screens and stuff there, and it actually was quite nice. And they had a BASIC that went along with it, too. So you could call in like overlay windows and drop-down menus and stuff all from BASIC.
I don't know if Curtis, you want to copy this one or not. This one says MOD docs, text files, and nudes. So I'm not sure if you want the copy of that one. Copy of that one there?
Oh, if they're text nudes, probably not.
Text nudes.
Color.
That did
those
exist.
line printer ones, you had to print like 4 pages to see something. Not that I know.
Look at those asterisks.
It's an acronym.
Let's see here. Where do we go here? Okay, so here's another backup one here. HD backup, Dynastar, ScreenStar, WinWriter. Probably just backup.
Shredder, those are all word processors or text editors. Dynastar, as Rick already explained. ScreenStar is the word star for the CoCo 3, specifically from Computerware. WinWriter from our we talked about earlier. And Screditor is the long version of the name Scred, and that's included with the OS9 development pack. And that one actually works across on terminals. It allows you to edit files bigger than memory, though the paging system is kind of slow and cumbersome, but at least it lets you do it.
So and then there's like a whole series here of like backup disks. It just says that one says Delphi.
So that's probably stuff downloaded. Oh, there might be some stuff I need off those because there's a few things like Wild West Poker I have not been able to fully recover.
Ooh.
Oh, it's even got dates on them. February 10th, 1990.
These just say OS9 on them. Doesn't say what's on them or anything. It just says OS9. Let's see here. HD backup pack helps. Probably the helps file.
Yeah, pack is George Jansen's pack utility. Helps to probably just help files for extra commands or something. Color Pilot, I think that was sold by Tandy, if I remember, and Wiz Pro. Was that a terminal program too? I can't remember now.
There's some other backups here too. It's a games OS
Yeah, that's
term.
kind of vague. I'll have to look at the disk.
Right. But when you get to OS 9 commands, then you're going to have 17 disks that are just more commands.
You know, Brian,
more
you should just
commands.
take all those OS 9 disks and just ship them to me. Yeah,
Just ship them all up there.
Yep.
And I'll make backups.
Let's see, let me get this. But I'll set these over here. I'll put a little sticky on that one there, Curtis, and I'll take that Delphi one. But here's a K format. Some different. Whoops.
Okay, SS Pack, that's the sound speech drivers for OS 9.
Let's see.
Boot 80 column is a patch to the REL so that when you boot OS 9, it boots in 80 columns, which we're already doing in EOU, or have it as an option. FastGriff is the Christmas patch for speeding up the graphics drivers in OS 9 that was done by Kevin Darling. Show Plus 2.1, Ultra ACIA. That would be a patch for the driver for the R232 pack, though I think the SACI is a better one if I remember.
Yeah.
Z clock is so you can run a little clock in the corner of your screen all the time in OS 9 on every single window. DD is a disk editor. Easy Edit's a little text editor. C3 disk would probably be the edition 11 one that patches it to read 512 byte sectors and a few other little enhancements. And Graphics 2 was an upgrade to the Graphics 2 package that Tandy Microware sold with OS 9 Level 2, which we've upgraded even past that since in EOU. So
yeah, the
What's
Z clock. I know.
paper in there?
Probably just a little. That's the same thing. It's the same thing that's right here, just a printout.
yeah, just redirected dir.
Okay, let's see here. Get this out of the way here. Okay, I got one more stack, and it's not quite as big as the past two here, so this one should go just a little bit quicker. Home publisher. Let's see. Tools. Here, let me look here. There was a Decimate. Here's another hard drive backup one.
Yeah, miscellaneous doesn't really tell me much.
Right. It's one of those 17 commands disks. So yeah,
better flag that one. It's got MISC on it.
Right.
I think that reddish ink there must be one backup because it's all from 1990. It's all printed the same in the same ink in the same hand.
B&B would be Burke and Burke commands, like maybe EasyGen or something. I can't remember what GCS would stand for. Oh, okay. Some pictures of various types that you can view with the Tim Cancel view program.
You think? Yeah.
Same thing.
Yep. This one says hard drive. This says DP Johnson Computerware.
Yep. See what's actually on there. DP Johnson is actually the software branch that did SDIS3, the MSF file manager for MS-DOS disks and stuff like that. He's still active. Actually, the Flex emulator we've got in EOU is actually written by DP Johnson, or from the company.
Okay. Here's one that says experts from OS 9 utility disk. Not sure what that might be.
Excerpts from OS 9 utilities disk.
Excerpts.
Probably his favorite.
Waterfall Pack's the animated waterfall, and Pack is once again George Jansen's Pack utility.
Which you needed to break waterfall out. Yeah. Cool.
Bob, what did it say?
BIELKA. BIELKA.
Oh, disk. DSIK, disk.
Oh, yeah, some spelling mistakes there.
Yeah.
Oh, ADOS 3 and extended ADOS. So that's a complete family of Art Flexer's ADOS series.
Let's see here.
So he must have, like, ADOS allowed you to customize a lot of stuff, and then you could actually burn a ROM and put it in. So I'm guessing wherever this Bob else goes that's his personalized copies of those, and probably customized for his hardware.
That
So
was
here's
one
one
of the
thing-
things we did at when we had a color computer group. Is we do a lot of custom ADOS things, and somebody had a burner, and it was really cool.
I did a great job on that.
Here's one that kind of intrigued me, Curtis, from our hard drive that we recently talked about. I don't know if this would be like a boot disk that might support that.
It says H0 boot, so it's a hard drive support boot with 40 track, it looks like. Single-sided, maybe double-sided, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then this one here more so because it says 10 megabyte DD right here.
Ooh, yeah, it might be the same one then. I mean, I did find the descriptors in the driver for that on that hard drive image, so I still have to make you a boot disk to try with it.
Okay. But it says no DD2 and HD 10 meg DD. I guess that's the part that kind of caught my eye on that one there. So, let's see here. I'm not sure what this would be. If this is picture.
There's all
file?
pictures. RLE is run length encoded. That was CompuServe's old format before they created GIF, whatever you want to call it. Macintosh is the old, or MacPix are the old style Mac, SE and classic style. Okay. MG, of course, is Color Max 3 Deluxe format. And VEF is the native CoCo 3 graphics format for OS9 Level 2.
Ah, okay. And then this one here, the label's coming up. This would be DataB or database basic checkbook program. I'm not sure what that would be. Focus.
Mark it.
There we go.
This basic database? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Could be commercial, could be homemade. I have no clue.
Various OS9 utilities. OS9 level 2 contains fixed help message and D2 3.5 80 track DD driver 90 baud. Must be a boot disk that was set up for a particular.
Yeah, for a 3.5-inch boot drive, which gives you 720K per disk.
This one here, I'm not sure what's on it other than the Frank Hogg.
Frank Hogg. Yeah, that could be a multi. If you remember the Frank Hogg catalogs that he used to publish in Color Computer News were 32 pages long. That'll give you an idea how much stuff there could be on there.
Right.
This one just says Jeff's boot.
Cool. Ask Jeff.
That's Jeff's boot disk. Was there any Jeffs there at Spectrum?
Spectral?
Yeah, Spectral. I'm sorry.
What's that all about?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Config basic 09, config basic 09. These are some.
That sounds like just backups of the basic 09 config disk, the 2-disk set for OS9 Level 2. Ah, Bill Vergona, that's another CERT comp. CoCo 3 toolkit has a bunch of utilities wrote specifically for the CoCo 3.
Right. Which would be some things like what this maybe.
Well, those are different. Tools 3. Chris Decker is a guy from New Brunswick in Canada. He's actually did some modifications to Basic 09 that I'm slowly incorporating into the EOU one because he made a special basic boost, it was called. It sped up a lot of the functions for the 6.309. He also did a whole bunch of other stuff too. OS9 Level 2 Tools by Keith Alfonso. That's AlphaSoft. That's actually the multi-user BBS guy that we used his utilities at work, and actually I have that original one myself.
Nice.
Now he's got Tools.
He had a lot of good wildcarding utilities and a whole bunch of good stuff in there.
Tools 2 is 11.
And then Ron can tell us about this one because it says Ron's window.
Well, there you go.
Digitized sound and text files.
And mailing list.
Oh, that's before you had the whole garage, eh?
Yeah,
right.
Look out the window.
They just had Windows. Yeah. Windows on the CoCo.
Window Master 512K disk.
Yeah, that's the desk accessory packs. That's a lot of the desktop stuff for Window Master because Window Master actually had a bunch of programs you could run and buy that ran under it. You required the host kind of OS for it, but then he wrote like, word processors and editor assemblers and stuff that actually would use it as well with the whole windowing system.
Then the last disk is this CoCo 3 Utilities manufactured by Spectrum Projects.
Yeah, that's Bob Rosen's old company. That had some fairly early utilities. I don't remember like stuff like doing backups in only 1 or 2 passes on 120K machine, and I can't remember what all was in there, but
that's it, guys. That's all the floppies that were in these this recent little haul that I made. So.
Oh, you're done already?
Where did you get them from?
What's that?
Where did you get these from?
Oh, it was from an eBay online reseller.
All right.
Yep.
So you got somebody's hard drive backup. There could be all kinds of
there
weird
could be some good
miscellaneous-
stuff in there. And that one Delphi disk, if it has a couple of the programs I've been trying to find that I have pieces of from my hard drive before it died, but I don't have a complete set of, I would love to see what's on there.
Do you have that listed anywhere where, you know, if you're going through stuff and you find something? You
With
know,
any luck, there's a Diskcat catalog for all of those floppies somewhere on those hard drive backups.
You had the program, might as well have used it, right?
Right. Well, unfortunately, this reseller, I didn't necessarily win all the bids on all the stuff, so there's some things that went to other people out there. These ones here I happened to win because no one competed against me, but there were some other ones there that a few of them went to some other folks, and so we can only hope that they might archive them for us as well.
Okay, well, thanks, Brian.
Yeah.
Is Mark B available, or is he?
Yep, I'm still up. I'm still awake.
Wake
I
up,
wasn't
Mark.
even asking about whether you're awake or not.
All right, what are we gonna do next?
Well, I was thinking we can either do a commercial, then go into the Game On Challenge, and then we can talk to Steve a bit at the same time.
Yeah.
Or did you want to press on with something else first?
Don't have anything else on the list, so let's do the commercial.
Okay.
So I recorded a new Patreon, and the amazing part is I managed to get through it without breaking down into a massive hacking fit.
But you have your
Did you
traditional
open names?
mispronunciation, so right?
Yeah, we'll have to
Yeah.
count the names.
Yeah, I still got
Count the
this.
mispronunciation.
It's a new party.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Wiesler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sigard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Jeffrey Drywater, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Electricery says, it is a long time I have been hobbying with vintage hardware and software. The CoCo isn't my first 6809, I recreated an 80 SBC, the MicroKit 09, electricery.nl/comp/MicroKit 09. Still trying to write more code for it in assembly. Fred J. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played KLENDathu. We had a total of 7 players. We had Frederick with 1957, Jim Rye 4417, Sloopy Malibu 13,611, Mike 63,233, L. Curtis Boyle 229,085, Canadian Retro Things 409,759, and this week's number 1 score belongs to Dr. Ted with 654,689. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute!
I must not have put in a score because I did play it.
You
the
did
other
not.
night.
I know a lot of people played it and didn't put in scores. Shame on all of you.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Ken, I just want to mention one thing before you go on. There's a proper
Yes?
pronunciation for the game name, and we've all been saying it wrong, including myself. And Steve, because he actually knew Leo personally, can tell us the proper pronunciation.
It's pretty easy. It's KLENdathu. So
Gazoo.
the emphasis is on the
KLENdathu.
KLENdathu. And by the way, his name is Christofferson, just so we get that one straight too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
We're
I don't
not
know. I was
known-
just going. I think that
KLENdathu.
I was going off the pronunciation. I've heard it in some of the movies. So
It's possible we were mispronouncing it, but Mr. Christofferson always pronounced it KLENdathu for whatever it's worth.
well, it's
Right.
is there really a right or wrong pronunciation
question.
for it since
Well,
it's
it's like-
actually just a book?
Although I will say, and we can pause for a minute until we get into my stuff, but I will say that Mr. Christofferson met with Robert Heinlein and
Okay.
reviewed the game with him. So I assume they discussed the title, and I assume Heinlein
pronunciation.
approved of his pronunciation.
Well, there we go. We will
Right.
go that as the official new Bible, though. So the movies and stuff that I heard that in are wrong. We heard it here first. So yet another thing that the internet is wrong about.
Been a running theme
CoCoNation
lately.
exclusive.
Anyways, just before we get on to talking to Steve, who obviously, as we now know, has some history with this game and with the author, I will show a quick review of this from Rainbow. And this is from Rainbow, August 1983. And is my screen? Yay, it's going to share. Okay. So, basically, this author is saying it's one of the more creative programs to come along in a while. He talks a lot about how you play it. Warrior bugs are the only ones that fire upon you. It uses up energy when they do get shoot at you, and if they get close enough, they kill you instantly. The queen bugs are worth the most amount of money, but she's always escorted by several warriors. One thing that he's saying in here is not only do the bugs stop dead in their tracks when torched, but they writhe in pain as they are burnt to a crisp. He thought it was a little bit too gruesome for the game, but I really enjoyed that part.
That's my favorite part, actually.
It was the realism that got me, since I have certainly killed my share of space invaders without a problem. So this guy he didn't seem to like the wriggling of the bugs as they burnt. So it's a good game with excellent graphics and sound effects, and the documentation is the best he's ever seen for a game, which I'll have to actually agree. Includes a nice background story because, of course, when this came out, if you hadn't read the book, you wouldn't really know anything about it unless you also played maybe the board game that came out a few years before this. He does say that if you have small children around the house, you might want to keep this away from them. Again, I guess talking about the burning of the bugs as they writhe in pain. And also that it's funny that he didn't notice any cobwebs in the game. But basically, all in all, he really liked this game. So, and I think I have to agree. This was one of my favorite games when I was a kid, when I first got it with my very first color computer, and I still enjoy playing it today.
I would say the same.
I say we've come a long way if those twitching spiders.
Yeah.
did anything to anybody.
Oh, those Twitch. Can you imagine if he was playing like Gran Turismo, or not Gran Turismo, but one of those modern games where you're like beating everybody up with baseball bats? What do you think of those?
Chiller from the
Grand
arcade.
Theft.
That's all I'm going to say.
I think you're thinking of Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto. That's the one. Thank you. I don't play a lot of modern games, so I don't know.
Right.
If it was made this century, it's too new.
Doom has got his fair share of gruesomeness.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you know, exploding heads and things.
I don't know. I just enjoy the writhing bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Do we want to talk tips? Yeah, tips and tricks for the game, I guess, before we get into interviewing Steve.
Sure.
Obviously, as was mentioned in the live playing of the game, keep your hand on the clear key. Because sometimes when you jump into a position, if there's a lot of bugs already in there, jump out immediately, because otherwise you're going to die really quickly.
Yep.
And try to search out areas that have the queen spiders, because they are definitely worth the most. I don't know what else to say. Make sure that you... Doesn't matter if you run out of fire, just don't run out of your suit or time.
Yeah. Now, did you notice any big scoring differences between the level of time? Like you have those options at the beginning, you know, do you want to play short, medium,
Well,
or
you
long?
can definitely score a lot more points if you get the longer time. But you can't necessarily live as long. Like, you can't necessarily... Like, I had made it that you could use any amount of time that you wanted, because if you're playing the shorter time, then you could at least get a better score. Actually, I don't know. Definitely using the longer time was better. I guess I was thinking about the money, because you don't get any money if you die on a level, but if you can make it through the level, you get paid. But then we didn't end up using the money part of it. We just used the sum. So
yeah, I was going to ask Steve, just because you were involved with, you know, beta testing and stuff like that and seen early copies of it. Did you have any recommendations from playing it that you may have learned some tips from Leo himself?
Oh gosh, honestly, I was pretty terrible at the game. I never really found Mr. Christopherson's games, like the gameplay part, to be the cool part of his games. I mean, sure, they were playable games, and KLENdathu was fun and people loved it, but it was really the animation that always stood out for his games, right? I mean, he made games that his intent was to make games that felt more like you're watching or interacting with a cartoon than, you know, playing a video game. If you think about like the state of the art back then being Space Invaders and asteroids and so forth, and, you know, little tiny sprites, he always had these kind of big animated characters, and he built the games around the, you know, the animations and the characters. You know, you were frightened of the bugs, and he swarmed the screen with the bugs, and then he came out with like the, you know, the red queen bug that really glowed and it had the fire effect, so it seemed like you're really killing the bugs. Like it was more of a like an emotional experience than like a high Twitch gameplay kind of thing that with high replay value. And I mean, we can get into it, but a lot of his stuff that he did on the TRS-80 Model 1 and 3, you know, the animated Android characters and so forth were really kind of the hallmark of the stuff he did. Was super groundbreaking at the time. And frankly, I feel like as an animator, he really is kind of like an unsung pioneer in the space. Nobody was doing stuff like, you know, having you know, rotoscope style, fully realized characters that blinked, and, you know, if you didn't do something, if you didn't interact with the game, they'd get impatient with you and start folding their arms and tapping their feet and looking irritated at you and so forth. So to me, that was what was so kind of cool and special about his work. But yeah, in terms of KLENdathu itself, I was definitely not an expert player. There were others in the class that were good game players. I was usually looking for bugs in the bugs. So
Yeah, I mean, as far as tips and tricks, I mean, same thing Ken said. Have your hand hovering over the clear key. Also, if the bugs are getting close to the bottom of the screen, like if you get into one that doesn't have a ton of them at the start, but they're just starting to overpower you, or you keep missing them because they keep firing at you and stuff, don't feel afraid to hit the clear to get out of that either. You don't have to just do it if the screen starts with a swarm of bugs, but if you're just starting to get overpowered, just exit. Because otherwise, like Ken said, if you die, you're dead. So, but don't be too greedy, I guess, is the main thing.
That's just too much like real life. If you die, you're dead. But,
other than that, I don't really have anything.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess the one thing is one other tip I would add. When I first started playing the game as a kid, I would just hold down the fire button and just keep the flame on all the time. But then you run out of the flame pretty fast, and you can't get as much. I tend nowadays to be a bit more picky, where I wait till I move the flamethrower thingy until I'm right near a bug, then I hit it down so I can get more fire to last longer, so I can get more points rather than just blowing it all, taking the quote unquote easy way out.
You have to imagine you're there with your spray can and your lighter, and you can't just leave it out.
Right guard.
Now that's it for my tips.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to say. Like, you're not going to lose any points for jumping out of a thing to survive into going into another one, so.
Another tip for maximizing your score was if you're in a level that's just only blue bugs, you can leave and try and look for some red bugs.
Oh, geez, I never saw any blue bugs. I just saw green and orange bugs.
High-end buff.
Depends on your tint control on the TV.
Yeah.
Oh, fooled by the color computer again and their different palettes.
Your chroma.
I imagine this game you wouldn't be able to tell the difference on a black and white TV, would you? I think those colors are too close together as grays, so that you wouldn't have a clue whether you got a queen or a warrior or a regular.
I think the red ones might be darker.
Yeah.
I just remember in chess, I can never keep track of whose pieces were who on a black and white. That's why I upgraded to a color later.
Like, definitely, I mean, just in the regular game, even with color, you can't tell the difference between, like, the worker bugs and the warrior bugs, because they're the exact same, except that you don't know till the warrior bugs start shooting at you.
Yeah. I agree with Steve, though. I think the high point is the animation. They actually look like they're walking and swarming. And
definitely one of the highlights of any of his games is the animations.
And Dr. Ted is agreeing with you. He said, yep, always go for the queens. And then 60, Karen Anscombe, the creator of the X4 emulator, his comment says, hey, being more interested in the underlying stuff's very us. Gameplay, whatever, yeah. But how did he do the animation? How is he page flipping?
Right. Dr. Ted is the one that gave me that tip, so.
I think Dr. Ted's the one that gives us most of the tips on these games.
Right.
These days, yeah. Buck's kind of semi-retired or something.
He's in remission or something, right?
I still say that they're the same person.
He's just
never
see
you never see Dr. Ted and Buck Owens on the same scoreboard. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, I think that's it for tips and tricks, Ken. So
yeah, I think so. So let's get on with an interview. So Curtis, you want to take this away?
Sure. So Steve reached out to me and mentioned that he was a student in Leo's class, because Leo's main job was not programming computer games. It was a high school teacher, and he taught what subjects did he usually teach? Was it math or
math, science, computer science?
Sort of a jack of all trades.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, he taught those subjects, but I think what he was trying to do is get in front of kids and just inspire them more than anything. He was unusual in that he would block out one Friday every month at least, where you'd come into class and there was no homework, no coursework. He would just stand up in front of the class and read a sci-fi story to the class. And oftentimes it was one that he had read and memorized. So he would do like a dramatic recounting of it off the top of his head. it was always, Heinlein, Asimov, Harry Harrison. He got everybody in the school to love sci-fi. Our school library was full of sci-fi books. So it wasn't too surprising when we heard that he was going to make a game based on a Heinlein story. And of course, there were like 15 copies of Starship Troopers in our library, and they were constantly being stolen by people. So the library had to keep buying new copies. But he, like, as I sort of hinted at, he was really interested in trying to figure out how to inspire people to create like art and build experiences using technology more than just creating a good game. If he could inspire somebody to kind of hang out after class and bounce some ideas off of them and get them to sit down in front of a computer and build a crude game, he was thrilled by that. So there was always like a group of people that would stay after class almost every day. There was usually a line outside of his classroom at the end of the day of people just wanting to get, because he was special in that he had, I don't know, 7 or 8 Model 1s in the back of his classroom, a couple of Apple IIs. And of course, they were reserved specifically for coursework if you were taking one of his comp sci classes. But it was also known that if somebody wasn't doing their homework, you could use one of those machines to write your own game, whatever it was. He didn't want people just coming in and playing games. He allowed that occasionally, but it was really about learning and building something. And so, yeah, there was a core group of people that would show up every day. I was definitely one of them. And then those of us who were a little older, if we came up with something, he'd try to help those people find a job or get it published. In my case, he took me down to ADUS magazine when I was probably 15 and introduced me to the editors down there. And I got a job first reviewing games for the magazine, and then I published a couple of games through that. And others he took over to Spectral Associates and showed them kind of early prototypes and got them internships there and so forth. So, yes, he was a teacher in the traditional sense, but I think it was really more about trying to figure out how to like inspire kids and help them be successful, because the place that we grew up in and he was teaching in was pretty impoverished. A little suburb outside of Tacoma. Nobody had much money. There weren't a lot of opportunities. I'd say probably 30% of my high school went straight into the military after high school. Nobody was encouraged to go to college. So I got the sense that he sort of grew up in a tough environment too, and taught himself math and science, and really sort of bootstrapped himself, and kind of wanted to extend that to other kids too, and give them that chance. So a really great, cool human being, but also like I said, I really feel like he deserves a bigger place in computer gaming history than he probably has. If anybody here is not familiar with his work, definitely Google him. There's plenty of material out online about him and the games that he created. I remember hearing back when I was going to school that Bill Gates had approached him and pulled him aside and said, "Hey, I've seen Dancing Demon," which, hey, if you'd ever gone into a Radio Shack in the early 80s, you've seen Dancing Demon. It was the thing that was playing in every store and selling Model 1s and 3s. And he asked him to run the Microsoft Games division. And that would have been, I don't know, 79, 80. So back when Microsoft just had things like Olympic Decathlon and not much else. And he turned him down flat and said, "No, I have no interest. I'm always going to be a teacher." He wanted to make sure he had a good amount of time set aside to do art and music. He couldn't see himself being a full-time game developer. And even the games he wrote, he tried to have sort of an educational bent to them. I remember like Be Wary and Snake Eggs, and some of those early games were about learning math skills and deductive reasoning. The fact that they were kind of cool, fun games was really the hook to get you to learn.
And KLENdathu itself was actually sold through their educational division, quote unquote. So
right.
handy.
And and his arrangement with Radio Shack was great for us because every time that he'd publish a game or do anything for them, I remember he'd go off to Fort Worth and meet with the brass, stuff that he hated doing because he was a really introverted person who didn't like to travel. He really didn't like to leave his house or his school. He kind of stayed in town all the time. But he'd go down to Fort Worth and he'd talk to those guys and come back saying, "Oh, I just cut a deal with them to make a game." And part of the deal was always, and they're going to give me 20 Model 3s that I'm going to put in the classroom along with a network controller. Got him to throw that stuff into the deal. So we were always really excited because he'd always bring new computer hardware into the class that we could use. And a lot of us couldn't really afford computers. So
yeah, I was going to ask, like, did he get into computers before the Holy Trinity, like the Model 1 or just the Tier City back then came out? Like, was he on minis and mainframes earlier, or did he just kind of get sucked into it when they first started selling them for home?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the Model 1 was his first computer, and he was very early on that machine, and he taught himself programming. And I believe Android NIM was the first thing he ever created that he actually showed to anybody. And if anybody hasn't seen Android NIM, I mean, that's an iconic game. You might even recognize the Android heads if you've never seen it before, because people use them as their icons and avatars all over online. Yeah, exactly.
Say his name again.
And Leo Christopherson.
Oh, okay.
And you can see this is from 1978, and big characters. All of the androids are independent characters. They move around independently. They look at each other. They blink. They get bored. They've got real personality. And again, I'm not aware of anybody doing anything like this back in the 70s.
Not this early, no.
No way. And as you get into his later work, Voyage of the Valkyrie, or In the Hall of the Mountain King, you start seeing the characters becoming a little bit more defined as almost three-dimensional feeling. The birds in Voyage of the Valkyrie don't fly straight at you, although sometimes they will, but they'll also turn sideways and fly at an angle, which is really hard to do with block graphics on a Model 1 or Model 3. But he had he was such an incredibly talented artist and animator that he made it feel real. And also, he was very big on bringing in music and sound effects into his games early that were pretty sophisticated. Anybody that's ever owned a Model 1 knows that, hooking up one of those little realistic speakers through your broken cassette cable and trying to get some decent sound out of it was tricky. And most of the sound effects were super annoying. But he managed to pack, the entire Flight of the Valkyrie, piece into Voyage of the Valkyrie, playing in multi-part sound, and same within the Hall of the Mountain King. It was pretty groundbreaking at the time. And yeah, of course, Dancing Demon is probably his most iconic work of all, which isn't really a game, right? I mean, it's a performance where you're programming dance steps and music and then putting on a show. And yet every kid just thought this was the coolest thing in the world. And I don't know if anybody's seen it, but I think Tom Mix Software cloned it back in the day. Yeah. There was like a dancing devil, which kind of pissed me off personally, but because they didn't give any credit to him at all. It was absolutely a clear ripoff of his game. But flattery's the best, whatever.
Yeah, actually, the author of that in particular is Chris Latham. He actually is the guy who did Donkey King and Sailor Man later.
Ah, got it. Okay, cool. Anyway, again, imitation is the best form of flattery, right? Sorry?
Did he pass away?
Yeah, my understanding is that he passed in 2016. I lost touch with him after high school. I mean, I can talk a little bit more about it, but I was testing his final game that came that I was aware of anyway, the one that he was working on after KLENdathu, which is called Andy Built a Crooked House. And I could talk a little bit more about that, but I was testing it with a friend of mine, and it was a complicated game and a little frustrating for the player to play. And this friend of mine was saying, "Hey, look, this is really a tough game," and was kind of impatient, and I think it ticked off Mr. Christopherson, and he said something about it, which was really rare for him because he was a super gentle guy. And something along the lines of like, maybe you're not smart enough to figure it out. And that kind of pissed me off because it was my friend. And also I was 16 and getting a little rebellious. I was getting into punk rock and I had kind of crazy hair. And Mr. Christopherson sort of pulled me aside and said, hey, I think you're going down the wrong path in life. And I was both embarrassed and kind of mad about it. And I sort of turned my back on him, and then I moved away to college and everything. And about 12, 13 years ago, I tried to reach out to him. He had a personal website up at the time, and I never heard anything back, which made me think he probably wasn't doing well because I'm sure he would have responded. And then a couple of years later, his personal website went offline, and I had heard that he'd passed, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge. I tried to look for him. I think he was last out in Spokane, Washington. I think he had some family there, although he never talked about family when I knew him. So I don't know how things sort of ended with him, but I'm pretty sure he's not with us anymore.
Yeah. And Nick and I found out his old site where he had his modernized 3D versions of Android Nim and stuff actually is duplicated on the Internet Archive, so you can still see it. But
it is, and I've actually been trying to buy his domain. I have fantasies about reviving his site, but some troll has bought it and won't give it up. And so, but maybe I would like to put together a tribute site for him at some point here and make sure that his history is kind of properly recognized, because I really do think he's kind of an undersung hero in the gaming community. But anyway, yeah, this is Voyage of the Valkyrie, which we definitely played to death, and he loved that sort of crosshatch, gun sight kind of approach. But and loved everything Nordic as well. A lot of these sort of castles, and he loved fugues. He had a pipe organ in his house that he built himself.
Oh, wow.
And
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, and he composed a ton of classical music. A lot of it was kind of fugue leading. He was really a master of the pipe organ. Curtis, I may have mentioned that outside of all the games and so forth, he also wrote a package for the TRS-80 Model 3 that used a high-res board for composing and laying out sheet music on the screen that would output in super high quality to a plotter. And his hope was always that people would use that and then they could kind of publish and copyright their work. I know he used it pretty extensively himself, and I believe Radio Shack picked that up and sold it for a bit. So that's out there as well. But yeah, a real Renaissance man, and also just a heck of an artist with pen and ink. I think ADUS used to publish a lot of his little drawings. And he had a pretty famous signature. I think I have a couple of them in my junior high school yearbooks. He'd draw a little character of his face, and he always signed it 037, which if he flipped it upside down, spelled out Leo. So yeah, really great guy. But anyway, so I was in 7th grade when he started working on KLENdathu. And actually, I think he was among the first people to receive a color computer. I want to say Radio Shack just sent him one and said, "Hey, can you make something with this?" And rather than hogging it for himself, he just brought it into the classroom and hooked it up. And so it was there for all of us to play with. I think we cracked it open at one point. It was a D-board machine, so it was pretty early. And he took it down and got the 32K upgrade when that was available. But I want to say it was 4K when it first started, and he couldn't do much with that, so he got a 16K upgrade for it. As was very much his style, as you sort of mentioned, it started as a tech demo. He envisioned that it was going to be all about killing bugs. And so it started with one bug up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen that just kind of flipped back and forth. So you could get a sense of how it would animate once he animated it. And he was obsessive, like he was in all of his games, about making sure that his code was fast and tight and the page flipping worked really well, so there's no flicker on the screen. He never wanted flicker in his games because he wanted it to feel more like a cartoon, and didn't want to break the immersion. And so that's really kind of a hallmark of his work. And then, eventually he came in one day and suddenly the single bug was able to kind of walk down the screen, and then it was bouncing off the sides, and then there were two of them, and then he was suddenly flooding the screen with the bugs, and all the gameplay elements came later. It originally had the crosshatch like he had in Voyage of the Valkyrie, but he felt like that was, I think, slowing the code down too much, so he went with the sort of the plus sign. And the flame came a little later. And then all of the jumping activity and so forth came last. And always when he built a game, the last piece he made was kind of the boring part of enter your name and how many players and what level do you want, and so forth. And as probably anybody knows who's actually looked at any of his games, like loaded them in and tried to look at them, he built his games in sort of a basic shell. But he always used either string packing or line packing and pure ML for the gameplay. So yeah, the boring parts that he didn't care about were written in BASIC, and the good parts were just packed into the game in pure machine code. So if you try to list the app after you load it in, of course it's not tokenized BASIC; it's just a bunch of garbage. So you can't actually read the code very very easily. So anyway, yeah, we got to watch the game unfold. Gave a lot of feedback along the way. Like I said, I was pretty terrible, but there were others in the group that were much better game players than I was, and really got to watch him work through creating the game from soup to nuts. He had a super cool approach to making games where obviously he started with the character models, and he did everything longhand on graph paper. He'd map out each pixel of every sprite on graph paper, and for the color computer he'd draw little like 00011011s to indicate what color every pixel was, and then he'd sort of stand back from it. He'd lay multiple pages over each other to try to simulate animation, and then he would just methodically by hand encode every pixel by poking it in using line packing, one byte at a time.
Yeah, you mentioned he never used assemblers.
Never. I learned his techniques, and I have a couple games that were published by on T&D Software and so forth that use string packing and line packing. But I remember I was reading one of the issues of the Rainbow magazine, where somebody had taken etasm and built in disk support for it. I think this was before disk etasm came out.
Yeah, Roger Schrag did a patch series.
Yeah, exactly. So as a kid, I really didn't know much about assemblers, but I got a copy of etasm and I typed in the patch and I built it, and then I started using it and I was like, oh my God, this is so much easier than sitting down with the Motorola manual and translating instructions into opcodes and writing them all out by hand as Mr. Christopherson did, and then trying to poke them in to an app and debug it from there, which was a nightmare. And I remember going to him and showing him etasm, and I was like, why don't you do it this way? And he's like, it's cheating. Which was crazy to me. I mean, he literally would sit down with graph paper and write all his code out one instruction at a time. And I was actually
and all the hex sequences for the bytes and opcodes. And
I think I was mentioning I found this old notebook from when I was a kid over last weekend out in my garage, and I was looking through it, and I've got some of my own code written out on graph paper in exactly the same way as I was kind of learning the technique. But I was far too impatient for that. So assemblers became my friend really quickly. But no, he didn't use those at all. And then, as I mentioned, he wanted to always make sure that the animation at the center of it all was smooth. The gameplay was secondary. The characters had to relate. The characters had to animate well. He wanted to make sure the sound effects were great. The music was built in and sounded good. And in the case of KLENdathu, he felt like it was an ode to Robert Heinlein, who he grew up reading and really idolized, and so wanted to make it really shine. And actually, the whole reason I had a color computer and got into computers in a big way in the first place was there was a parent teacher night in his class, and my dad came in, and Mr. Christofferson showed off an early version of KLENdathu, and he was like, "Hey, my students are helping me kind of put this together." And my dad had a long conversation with him afterwards, and the next week, my dad came home with a CoCo, an old model e-board, and had splurged for the 32K upgrade and everything. And then I just totally became obsessed with it. Obviously ramped up my learning pretty quickly because Mr. Christofferson was also working on it, and, started branching out and meeting other people in the community. And may have mentioned that, Spectral Associates was down the street. There was a lot of TRS-80 related activity in our little town. So a lot of people to bounce ideas off of and collaborate with. But so, he finished KLENdathu, and it was well reviewed. And so Radio Shack obviously came to him and said, "We want a sequel. We want something else." He decided after a few gyrations that he was going to work on a game based on, and he built a Crooked House, which is a short story by Heinlein. And I don't know if anybody here is familiar with it or not. You can obviously look on Wikipedia or whatever and get a summary, but it's a story about an architect who builds a home in Los Angeles, which I think not coincidentally had the same address as Robert Heinlein's home itself at the time. And it was built in the shape of a tesseract. And if you don't know what that looks like, go to Wikipedia.
An unfolded tesseract, yeah.
An unfolded tesseract, exactly. And then there was an earthquake, I think, and the whole thing folded in upon itself, and it turned into a true 4-dimensional shape. And
best
so
room game ever, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you can imagine that trying to create a game in a 4D space on a 3D model on a color computer is a little challenging.
On a 2D screen.
Yes. It was an isometric perspective game, so sort of overhead and a sort of pseudo 3D,
like sort of a
2.5D.
Zaxxon-y style.
Yeah, exactly. And you would kind of traverse through the house, the tesseract-shaped house, one room at a time. So it would just show one cube, and you had a large character that was sort of loosely based on his androids, but it could move in sort of 2.5D. And fully animated, so you saw every angle of it, and it could interact with you and shake its head and nod its head and so forth. And I think the premise was you were trying to disarm a bomb, and you were kind of walking through the house room by room, trying to find pieces of the machine that was going to disarm the bomb. And there was a timer associated with it, so there was kind of time pressure too. And the challenge was, if you didn't really understand how a tesseract worked, if you went through one door, you'd end up in a completely different part of the house, and it just kind of didn't make any sense. Right. And so playtesters who were mostly kids, were just baffled by it. Like, it was very cool looking, but in terms of the gameplay, very few people could kind of finish the game. You really had to understand four-dimensional theory, and you had to have probably read the story.
You would have to read the story first, right, and then you could play the game. That's so you had to understand, I see myself 4 rooms down that way, and all of that kind of stuff. And then you could play the game. Yeah,
exactly right. So the playtesting feedback along the way was really a lot of confused kids. And my guess is that's why it never saw the light of day, although I don't exactly know, because like I said, we sort of parted ways before the game was totally finished. Although I probably played it, the last time I played it was probably 85% of the way there. It was definitely a fully realized game, and it's really sad that I don't think anybody has a copy of it, because it was super, super cool. Just a little mind warpy.
I want it.
Yeah, I wish I had it too. And honestly, if I could have anything, I think it's a little beyond me.
I'm sure Brian will have a copy of it in a couple of days.
Well, Curtis mentioned somebody might have his old stuff. It's possible. I never really pursued it. No kids, never married, no kids. I other than his mom who had passed away, I think shortly before I started spending any time with him, I never heard about family. I know, like I said, that he ended up out in Spokane, Washington, which was a 6-hour drive from where we were. So there must have been some connection out there. But I never saw an obituary. I did look a little bit to try to find where was he, where, if he passed, where did he pass, where was he last? I couldn't find anything. So, I sort of broke off the search at some point. So anyway, that's sort of left as a mystery. I really feel like at some point this is a person who deserves having a documentary made about him, because I really think
Was
he's
a pioneer in
fascinating.
computer graphics animation.
He sure was. He sure was, and a fascinating person. And a lot of what you see out there is just, oh, here's a list of the games he made, and boy, weren't they cool? But there was a lot to this person, and he really did influence a ton of people who knew him. I may have mentioned to you, Curtis, that my dad and I befriended him, and he was pretty antisocial, but we got him out to a couple of CoCo clubs early in the day. And I just said, you're going to want to meet some people who also use the computer, right? You might learn something. And I remember going to a CoCo meeting in Burien, Washington, and it was a bunch of mostly Boeing engineers, just typical kind of enthusiast, nerdy people. And we went around the circle, and everybody introduced themselves. And he got to, Mr. Christopherson. He's like, I'm Leo Christopherson. And somebody stopped him and like, the Leo Christopherson? And he kind of looked at him and was like, well, I'm one of them. So, super humble guy. Unfortunately, just not somebody who was out there in the public, didn't really promote himself.
I had no desire to. Honestly.
No desire for fame. Never really wanted anybody to know anything about him in particular, other than his games and his work. I would hope there's a really interesting documentary to be made by somebody who's got the time to put it together there.
Yeah, for anybody who wants a good background on him and some of his programming on the TRS-80s in particular, including the CoCo, he had a good interview with 3 pictures of him as well in August 1982, 80 Micro, where it shows him on front of his Model 1, talks about KLENdathu just when it was starting to get worked on. Amazing adds his little walnut boats that he made these intricate, almost microscopic, boat with sails and everything else out of a walnut shell, and then he go blow them up. Just for fun. So he spent hours and hours making these things, and then he'd probably destroy them because that wasn't the purpose.
Yeah, that sounds on brand.
Yeah. And of course, if you've seen his, this is for everybody here, but if you've seen his stuff on the Internet Archive of his own website, he kind of came back to doing stuff under Windows with 3D models and stuff, and he made a new, full color 3D modeled Android NIM game. So he was actually kind of getting into the modern technology. Now, I did want to ask you, the very first TRS-80 that the school got, was that something that he kind of picked up and brought from home just to show everybody, or did Radio Shack start offering to schools in the area and that's how they got there? Do you know?
Listen, there was no money in our district. So I'm guessing that any hardware that we had, somehow he either sourced or he paid for. The first time I ever met him was in the 4th grade. Our grade school had an interim program where, in the winter, we could pick a couple of elective classes. And some of those classes were pretty innovative. One of them was computer programming. And when I came into the class, there were probably 12 kids, 14 kids, and there were 2 Model 1 4K machines and 1 16K machine. There's no way our district could have paid for those. I'm sure Mr. Christopherson paid for them. And then when I got into the 5th grade, 2 Apple II Pluses just showed up at our school. It's split across
cheap.
No. And certainly split across, 30, 40 kids that were all trying to, get time on them. But the fact that we even had 1, let alone 2 in the class, and with floppy drives, could have just gone with cassettes back then, but we had floppy drives. Looking back on it, I'm sure it was him. I'm sure it was. And then, like I said, later on, he was extremely good about making sure that Tandy was supplying a ton of hardware to our school.
Yeah,
And I
like
was,
you mentioned, like the Dancing Demon was like the store demo, and I remember seeing it before the CoCo even came out at the local Radio Shack stores.
Yep, it sure was. And I was lucky enough to be one of the guys that got to run the computer lab after you put it together and had them hook up the old TRS-80 networking and so forth. And it was super cool. The idea that an instructor could be up in the front of the room, showing off some code, then pipe it over to other people's computers, and they could load the code, play with it, make changes, send it back to the instructor in the front of the room. I mean, 1985, 84, you didn't see that kind of thing in a classroom. So yeah, it really was very important to my development and other people's, at the time. So
how much of that hardware do you still have?
Let's see, I've got 3 Model 3s in various states of working, along with a couple of expansion packs. I don't have a Model 3, but I got a Model 4 in my closet here, and a Model 4P. And then I don't have any of my original CoCo hardware, and that's another story. I kind of got scared out of owning CoCo hardware because of my own behavior as a kid. But I have recently picked up a couple of CoCo 3s, which I got out of using CoCos before the CoCo 3 was even announced. So CoCo 3 is actually new to me. And I've been playing with those a bit. It's fun, and trying to dig up some of my old games and so forth.
Yeah, the G&D stuff's all in the Color Computer Archive, so they definitely should be on there. I think I've even got some of your games on my website, if I remember correctly.
I remembered having 2, but I was looking through this notebook that I found in my garage, and I found all the original contracts and correspondence and so forth. And I learned that I actually published 3 games through T&D. So I haven't seen one of them. I also had a 747 like jumbo jet game that I put out through Prickly Pear.
Yeah, I remember that one.
By the way, these are horrible games. I don't recommend anybody go out and play them. They're super embarrassing. And then for Brian, if you ever run across an app called Menu Maker from Sagaro Software, I apparently wrote it. Look, the 90s weren't kind to me. I abused myself pretty heavily, so my memory's not what it used to be, but I have the contract and the royalty checks from it. And I found out that it was featured in an ad in the December 1985 Hot Cocoa, which I just pulled up, so I reminded myself of what it even was. So I'd love to find a copy of that if anybody can source it. But
yeah, and I'd like to have you on for a separate interview to go through your CoCo history, specifically like the stuff you wrote. This is more, for Leo and his inspiration in getting you into this type of thing.
Yeah,
I'd love to have you on to go through all that.
For sure. And then there's the cracking stuff, which is kind of interesting too. But,
yeah, well, we can talk a little bit about that, just because I think a lot of people have seen the little semi-graphic splash screens that you did. So if you want to go with a little bit of history of what your nom de plume was and some of your activities.
I didn't know you were French.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, but
a tease, if you will. Yes.
Yeah, we'll go fully into it in the CoCo years when we do a second interview. But if you want to just kind of, because that's a pretty interesting thing in and of itself.
So look, I was probably more interested in learning about assembly language coding than I was in building real games. I'm not sure I'm the most talented game developer out there. And I was also poor and insatiably curious. So to get my hands on games or to learn more techniques, I ended up starting to have to detangle copy protection on various people's games. I couldn't get into their code and figure out how, Steve Bjork moves something smoothly across the screen or whatever without first dismantling the copy protection under a debugger, under a monitor. And then I could get into his code. And as I was able to kind of do that a few times, I became a bit addicted to it. And I found that cracking games was like the best game out there. It kind of scratched every itch I had, right? Like first there's the puzzle of cracking the game, then you'd get the game afterwards. Because usually I wasn't the one buying the games. People would send them to me. I get them from all over the country. I think I developed a little bit of a reputation of being able to crack the hard ones. I had a lot of games sent to me through the mail. I probably cracked about a couple hundred games under the moniker Mr.X. I was telling these guys before the show started that most of the games and most of the software that I cracked was reasonably easy. Usually there'd be like a jump subroutine instruction that would go into some code that would check something or other for like a bad sector on a disk or whatever it was. And if you just no opt out that call and save the game out or whatever it was, it would just work. But some were extremely challenging and did crazy things like disable all the interrupts on the machine and then start writing executable code over the top of the interrupt vectors on the machine, which was a little hard to trace through with a debugger. So it took a little bit of creative thinking to figure out how to get around some of that stuff. So that was really fun. And then, of course, once the games became bigger and started using 64K, there was sort of a question of like, how do you write the game out in chunks and reload it back into memory and preserve state on the machine? Because all the games did all sorts of like setup stuff before you were actually executing the code. And I remember like cracking Sailor Man and some of Dave Dye's games and so forth that were pretty big. And then kind of building a loader that would kind of pop my crack screen on the screen and then load the first piece and load the second piece incrementally and get memory set up and get the processor set up correctly and jump into the code.
And that was after getting around stuff like having like 1024 byte sectors and stuff that Dave was famous for using on his copy protection.
Sure. I for a while, as a kid, I think we were calling him up and saying, "Hey, just wanted to let you know we actually broke the copy protection on this game." He was never really happy to hear that.
Yeah, we didn't touch on that too much when we interviewed him a while ago, but yeah, I've talked to him privately and in public because I started meeting him in '86 at Rainbow Fest because we were fellow Canucks at the show type thing, and Bill Noble and I used to talk to him every show for like an hour or two, afterwards type thing. So yeah, we got kind of a background story on some of that.
Yeah, I'm sure he was a nice guy, and I probably wasn't as nice as I should have been as a snotty little kid. But
on the other hand, I mean, the strange thing is because a lot of stuff got so copy protected that people didn't make backups of it. Now some of that stuff has permanently disappeared. Like if you go on my game site, on my timeline, and I've only got it up to like June of '83, there's 150 games we're missing that nobody has. And I mean, people like you that did crack this stuff actually means they were preserved because, after the original author passed away and the family had no idea what the stuff was, they just threw it in the dump or whatever. So a lot of stuff is permanently gone. Well, Leo's, unreleased stuff, for example.
Right.
So, it was bad to do it at the time, but
it
on the other hand, it helped preserve it. So
it felt very black hat. And as I mentioned, at one point, my mom got a call from somebody purporting to be the FBI who was on to me, right? And it definitely wasn't the FBI. It was probably just another kid, but she was very scared. She made me very scared. She insisted that I just get rid of all my CoCo stuff. And I had a lot of stuff. I mean, I had, every game I'd cracked, obviously, and a lot of other stuff, a lot of hardware. I had my CoCo talker, I had my master key. And I dumped it all along with a lot of my own code, which I don't even have anymore. So, but then I picked up things a year later on the PC in the early days of the PC and started cracking DOS games. And when I turned 18, my dad said, "Hey, look, you should stop all this stuff. Go apply for an internship at Microsoft." And I printed out a resume on a dot matrix printer on a Gemini 10X, which is super unprofessional. Went in, interviewed, ended up interviewing with the tools group there and landed a job in the debugger testing team because I knew debuggers inside out backwards, and ended up, working on debuggers for 6 or 7 years there. So
yeah, there's several CoCo alumni that ended up at Microsoft. Eric Gaberlich, who did Color Max 3 and stuff, and Mick Paint and a few others earlier, he ended up there working on Windows 97, I think, was the code name at the time. It was one of the ones that was kind of in between and never got released as its own official thing. But he even told the story where he met Bill Gates in person and they were working on Paint. And he was complaining to his developer team that this is so slow. Why are you doing it this way? I did it faster on a CoCo with a 1.78 megahertz processor, and then he actually brought his CoCo 3 in with Color Max Deluxe and showed it to him. Bill Gates came wandering by his cubicle, and oh, what is that? And then he started talking about stuff he did in the ROM back in the day, and yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like Microsoft, all right. I left just after Windows 95 came out. I felt like the company was getting too big, and I think at that point they had 7,000 employees. Now they have obviously hundreds of thousands. So
yeah,
it was a long time ago. But
Steve.
Yeah, anyway, between that and also my interest in games kind of led me into keeping tabs on game development, and I ended up joining a company that presented some stuff at the Computer Game Developers Conference a million years ago, which turned into GDC later, which is still like the big computer game developer conference. And I met this woman who was running the whole conference, and she's my wife. So we're still
well, that worked out good.
So yeah, weirdly, like the CoCo can be kind of tied all the way through my career arc and to the meeting.
Weren't you ever asked to you get good at what you do after a while, and didn't people ask you to protect their software or know the best way to do it? I mean, if you're successful in decoding them, you could probably make a good one.
Yeah, I was pretty careful about trying to stay anonymous. So I don't know that nobody ever really tried to reach out to me and contact me, and I probably would have been freaked out if they did. I was trying to keep a legitimate career going. Yeah, exactly.
Until today.
Yeah,
we know who you are, Mr. X.
Yeah. I think 40 years later, I'm probably okay. But
yeah.
And by the way, this is the first time I've actually ever publicly admitted that to anybody. So,
wow.
Well, it's
thanks to the CoCoNation
first.
You got a scoop, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a few teams of them. Like we've talked to some of the other people that did some of the hacking and stuff too. Some of them were a bit more arrogant about it than you were. Like there's the famous story of Chet Simpson who cracked Bill Vergona's stuff. After Bill Vergona claimed that nobody could crack his stuff, and they actually went to his house in person and handed him the disc with the cracked copy, which is
right.
Yeah, that's bold. That's pretty in your face.
That's bold. That's bold.
I would never.
Much longer story, but I did know some of the other crackers, and the crackers were generally involved in nefarious stuff like phone phreaking, and we get on illegal conference calls that went on for hours and hours and hours and compare notes about who's going to crack this game, who's going to take on this new DICE game, and I think those are the guys that called my mom, honestly. So anyway, antics of a 15, 16-year-old.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. I'm glad we actually got a hold of you, because I mean, I've been fascinated with some of the stuff that Lou did ever since I read that article interview with him in 80 Micro back in August of 82, which is also on the archive if anybody wants to go check it out. But you actually got to know him personally, which is not something that I know too many people. And like you said, he was an introvert. He didn't do a lot of interviews and things like that. So it's really cool to get that back history. And we'll have to maybe join forces and see if we can find out if his stuff got sent anywhere or given to somebody, because I would love to see that unreleased game, the sequel to KLENdathu. And I think you mentioned there was even some unreleased Model 1.3 games he had started on, or maybe some programs or something.
I'm not aware of any Model 1.3 games that weren't released. There were definitely some older games that I don't think got any attention. He made a version. It may have actually been before Android NIM of Life, the life simulation.
The Conway game of life?
Yeah.
Or
exactly.
the life simulator. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The generational thing.
But his version of it had, animated characters with different races and eyeballs, and, they were interactive. So it made it super cool and engaging. But I don't think that ever really got any attention. And I'm not even really sure it was published. I still feel like my favorite of all of his games, which nobody ever talks about, is I got an original copy just recently, Dueling Droids. I don't know if you guys.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing the ads for that in 80 Micro. Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah. I mean, as a kid that grew up with Star Wars, and I was 9 when it came out. His game, he basically took the Android NIM robots and turned them on their sides and gave them lightsabers and let you fight them, which was just really, really cool. Made an incredible demo, and it was super fun. So, but yeah, I'm not sure I know of any unreleased Model 1 or 3 games that he had. He had a ton of stuff though, prototypes and so forth that I'd see bits and pieces of from time to time. He used stringy floppy drives. I don't know if you remember those. Yeah. And he had everything on stringy floppy, and he had just a massive collection of them and had code littered all over them. So if somebody could get their hands on those, there's probably a gold mine there. But God knows.
Or even like you said, he always wrote his stuff out, hex codes and all, because he didn't use an assembler. If you could find some of his notebooks and stuff with some of that stuff too, yeah.
Honestly, if I get my hands on those, that would mean the world to me, because that's what I most remember about him, is just him like scrunched over a desk with a pad of graph paper and a pencil in his hand, just writing out instructions on a piece of paper, and then just going through in his head, testing it in his head, and then scribbling down the opcodes next to it in hex. And because of who he was and his technique, he had to really test his work in his mind and on paper, because it's really hard to debug it once you've line packed it into a piece of BASIC. And he was just, I don't know, he's just amazing. He wrote code that worked oftentimes the first time. So yeah, I'd love to get a hold of some of his original listings. They belong in a
I know of a
museum.
couple other CoCo authors that did that, not to his extent though. Like he did all of his games that way, and everything he wrote. Like Steve Bjork had mentioned, during some of our chats on the show before he passed, that his very first CoCo stuff was done with hand poking and everything and figuring out opcodes. And then we interviewed Stephen Hirsch, the guy who wrote Speed Racer, sort of a pole position style game, and he did his entire thing. He actually did a seminar at CoCo Fest on it, where he did the same thing. Everything was handwritten on, and he drew all the graphics for his car animations and stuff all on paper, and that's the only two I know of. Most of us prefer assemblers.
I'm looking at my own notes and seeing this sort of stuff in my notebook. So I was doing the same thing. But
I recognize some Z80 there.
Sloppier. Exactly.
So did you knew of Nick Marentes back in the day?
He wouldn't have known.
No,
I did not, but that doesn't mean anything at all.
Well, didn't you program for Model 1, Nick?
Yeah, but I mean, I never got my stuff sold in the US, so they wouldn't have heard of any of it.
Oh, okay.
I still haven't heard of them.
Why are you here?
I'll say there were a lot of pirated copies of all the Big Five stuff, and floating around in our classroom.
Well, how much have you watched of CoCo Talk or this show? Were you able to follow along?
I've been sort of lurking and listening to the podcast for probably off and on for the last year or so. So I'm reasonably familiar with what you guys do. I won't be cruel that I listen to it while I'm falling asleep at night.
Yeah,
that's what we're famous for. As soon as the news comes on, nap time.
We're not going to charge you for
that. Yeah, we do that during the show.
Yeah. But just really impressed that there's still group people that are still at it.
Yeah, people say that.
Yeah, hardware and software.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'd love to have you back on for an interview on your CoCo stuff. I'll actually, be a bit more prepared and actually kind of have videos and stuff of some of your games in action. And
please don't do that. Nobody needs to see the games. Nobody needs to see the games.
A lot of the interesting stuff with software people is actually probably in CoCo Talk in the early days. Maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think it's in both. I mean, we kind of kept the tradition of doing in-depth interviews. I mean, that's one of my favorite parts of the show, to be honest.
Right.
We need to do more.
This is where our long shows come from, and it's a good thing.
Yeah. And also the fact that you start getting the background stories of stuff you didn't even know, like the fact that Leo had met Heinlein. None of us knew that until you mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
That it was actually officially sanctioned by the author himself type thing like that. And you said you even actually had feedback on the playtesting and stuff too, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. He met Heinlein at the Poodle Dog restaurant in Fife, Washington. I remember hearing all about it. So
we got to hear all about it too.
I'm sure Heinlein was very impressed.
He never brought him over to the school to talk to the other testers, did he?
No,
Oh,
I would have killed to have met him. I begged to go with him, but he wasn't going to have some punk kid coming along.
Some snotty kid, yeah.
No, exactly.
If the copies of Starship Troopers kept getting stolen from the library, there's bound to be more than a few people who love to met Heinlein in person.
For sure.
By the way, Steve, what suburb of Tacoma are you in? I'm actually from Oregon. I've been here all my life, but I'm familiar with a lot of Washington.
Okay. I live in California now, but I grew up in a suburb called Parkland, Washington, which is just outside the fences of McCord Air Force Base.
Okay.
Next to Lakewood,
Yep. I think
Washington.
it's still right. Lakewood's definitely on the freeway signs when I go to Seattle.
So Parkland's its neighbor. I wouldn't recommend stopping. There's not much to see there.
No.
A lot of
bars,
lot of
clubs, and pawn shops.
You nailed it. Yep, you got it.
So you don't work for
attended-
the Visitors Bureau.
Have you attended any of
No,
the
but-
retro shows? Because I mean, there's VCF SoCal is actually in California. I don't know if you're in Northern California
right.
or Southern California. There's also some VCF stuff, but
Yeah, I'm just south of San Francisco. I went to the VCF last year at the Computer History Museum down in Mountain View. Actually got kind of turned on and feel like I probably should be volunteering down there because what a cool place. But yeah, and I went in and mostly was interested in the old hardware that they had for sale, and went into the for sale room or whatever and found somebody who was selling a Commodore 1701 for $10 and picked that up. And unfortunately I've started collecting hardware again, which my wife's not super thrilled about.
What do you mean, unfortunately?
Well, I love it, but I have
You're
to.
safe. You're among friends.
She will adapt.
Right. Yeah,
Well,
you don't
it's
know
either
my wife.
collecting hardware or collecting girlfriends.
Right.
I'll go with the hardware. Trust me.
Definitely.
yeah, because
So,
we do have some CoCo people that go out to some of the VCF shows in that area. So, and there's that other one that the Tier City Model 1-3 kind of gets together. It's not a VCF, but they've had a couple of these mini gatherings at one of the. I think it's on campus somewhere, and they've
I
actually
think
brought in
I've
some of the
heard
Big
about
Five
that.
programmers and stuff.
And I was
So
going to say, I think the Big Five guys showed up, and I was out of town. I heard about it. I think just as it was happening, I was out of town. I would have loved to have gone that.
yeah, it's kind of it's kind of allied with Tandy Assembly. It's by some of the people that are in the Tier City Discord. So once they announce the next one, I'll let you know and maybe see if you can hook up with them because there's some pretty cool guys there too.
Thanks. I've also been to the retro gaming conference in Portland several times, and there's always a few CoCos there. And
yeah, Tim and AJ were down there a few years back, promoting their podcast.
Did you
Very cool.
you wind up using any of your CoCos for like printing out letters or the mundane things in life? Like
for sure. I used Telewriter 64 to write papers.
Yeah, that's what I used to.
I think I used the VIP suite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't have access to any other equipment, so yeah, my CoCo did everything for me.
So did you ever reprint your dot matrix printer a couple of times to make it look a little better so you could turn it in?
The resume that I turned the resume that I turned into Microsoft, I want to say I'd written some sort of a label maker app, and I burned out the underline on my ribbons from just printing underlines on labels. And then I went to print out my resume, and there were no descenders at all printed. So every Y, and I have a Y in my name, right? It looked like a V. So I remember going through by hand. I even found my resume. Went through by hand and doctored every one of them. And that's what I submitted to Microsoft. Like, you want to look amateur hour, print your resume on a dot matrix printer that's not even functional.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but something tells me they overlooked that. They're looking at what you're saying.
Well, they definitely took a gamble on me, but yeah, that was a fun time.
Do you have a CM8 with your CoCos?
I don't. I'd love to have one. I've sort of rigged up. I can't remember the name of it, but the RGB to whatchamacallit?
SCART?
Yeah, the SCART cable. I have one of those that I run through a retro tank and plug into an HDMI monitor. But I'd really love to have a CM8. I had the chance at one point to buy one, but it was in funky shape, and I probably would have had to have recapped it, and there was no door.
That's typical.
Most of them.
Outdoors, right?
That's kind
My
of why
Commodore-
I asked you the question. I was going to see if you actually had one with the door or without.
I do want to mention from the chat here,
Said
Paul
it.
Fiscarelli just said, I've got a copy of Steve's Menu Maker.
You're kidding.
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh. I'd love to get a copy of it. Please.
So we'll arrange
friend
that.
me
I
on
mean, Paul was one
Discord.
of the guys that helped with the Spectral hard drive, of course. So
Awesome.
Are you on Facebook
we'll
much?
get you that.
I am on Facebook. I don't use it much. I am on the Discord as well. So feel free to friend me
Yeah, your
there.
Discord handles B-Brains, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I had to change my handle for Mr.X when I was a kid because, I didn't want to leave any
Oh,
tracks.
right. Reasons.
Well, now that it's public, you can change it back if you want.
Yeah, they can go back.
Exactly. So,
That'd
yeah.
be kind of fun.
Anyway,
But you
big
do
thank
awesome.
you, Steve, for coming on. We'll have you on again, and we'll
Thank
go through
you.
your CoCo's side of things as far as you programming stuff. But thanks so
Yeah,
much for all the
interesting.
background on Leo. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. This was fun.
And Ken, did you have any further questions for Steve before you continue on the game on?
Nothing I can think of. That was pretty in depth on everything we were talking about. So, but yeah, I'd really love to hear more about everything.
We all would.
Even the Model 1 stuff, because I've
Well,
finally
yeah,
got
you've
my
got a
own
Model 1, you got up and working. You've actually got an original Dancing Demon package and
Yep.
all. So,
Oh,
I got a Model 1 too.
Well, I've always
Yep,
had that
that's the
dancing
one.
demon on my shoulder, but I've got one on the computer now. All right, so back to the game on. So I think we can put the rest. Let's see if I can pronounce it correctly. KLENdathu.
There you go.
KLENdathu.
KLENdathu. Well, no, I've always been doing the Klen part. It's the dath. I've always said KLENdathu.
Well, that's the.
yeah, that's what I always said too.
And then you have people saying, bless you.
Right.
Like
Anyway,
you sneezed.
So the other game that we were playing this week was what was it called?
Gem Quest.
Gem Quest.
You were a little off, but
I don't know. I had Crystal on my mind. Anyway,
and by the way, the author of Gem Quest, Floyd Ressler, he totally spaced that we were doing the game on challenges last Thursday. He was supposed to show up and he completely forgot. So he's going to try to make it this Thursday before the game's off. It's 2 week cycle, so hopefully he'll be on the show. If not, I'm going to coerce him to coming on to this show here next week.
Yes. So Gem Quest is it's a platformer that you go through, and you actually have to figure out which way to go through to get all the stuff that you want, and then you have to get to the end of the level and pick up a gem. You've got a timer. Lots of things. You've got hit points, so things don't kill you right off the bat, but things will kill you eventually. And I guess we're talking about one of the really good things about it is it's not a European game. There's not the pixel perfect jumping in it. There's lots of things you have to jump over, but the way that Floyd did it is that you're always moving by one space. So if you stop just before the hole and you hit jump, you'll go over the hole. So that's a nice change of pace from some of the other games we've been playing.
Yeah.
It's not frustrating. Unless you start getting too tired and you start just continually walking into the holes, then yeah, that gets a little frustrating.
I got a question. I remember some kind of a game that was graphical, CoCo 3, and it had to do with gems. Is it Roger Taylor make it or somebody?
There's a few you can think of. There's the Gems and Gems 2 by John Strong. And then there's Jeweled, which is Bejeweled, basically, that Roger Taylor did. So I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but
Roger Taylor one, I think.
Yeah, it's Jeweled.
Yeah, and it was graphic intensive, wasn't it?
Well, it's CoCo 3 graphics, but it also had like multi-track voice music playing in the background the whole time you're playing too.
Well, have we ever played that one on here?
I don't think so.
Probably not. I can't think of which game that is, so I'd have to look at it.
Okay, check it out. Maybe it's something you can play in the future.
And does that mean that if I choose it, you're going to play it, Ron?
I'll watch.
No, prerequisite you're going to have to play it if you suggest it.
Is
so.
if you're suggesting the game, you have to play it.
I take it back. Erase it.
Nope, it's in that steel trap of my mind right now. Now, what were we talking about?
Bejeweled or whatever the game is you were talking about.
Gem Quest. Okay, so yeah, we got another week to play it, and I don't know. Do you have any tips and tricks for the game, Curtis? One thing about it is you do have to learn which order to get the keys and open the doors with, because you can trap yourself.
Yeah, you can restart the level with a key press, but you still lose a life doing that. So yeah. The other tip I'd give, which some other people had already figured out too, is that your whole mission is to get the gemstone pieces. And the manual actually that Floyd wrote mentions that you have to kill these guardians, which are these big stone faces type thing. You actually don't. You can go get the gem piece, which automatically forwards you to the next level without killing them. You get some extra points if you kill them.
Actually, it's kind of funny because I didn't even know you could kill them until you mentioned that. I'd been the whole time.
It takes 6 hits, so it's not super easy. But if you get the power up for your weapon, so you can hit it from 5 squares away, that you can keep yourself safe, and you can just hammer on them until they're dead.
Like the time that I've been in all the times that I played this game, I never knew you could kill them. So I've always just gotten the gem and moved on to the next level.
Yeah. But basically, if you can kind of semi-memorize the map, remember what key order door order you should be going through, that's the big things. Like back when I was reprogramming to slow it down and add sound routines and stuff, because it was running way too fast under nitrous. I actually had it memorized enough I could get up to level 3 regularly and usually level 4, and now I can barely get to level 2 because I don't remember any of that stuff anymore. So.
Yeah. And as we were talking about last week, this game is only available within the Nitrous 9 EOU package. So
yeah, I'll probably make a separate disk image for it that Guillaume can put up on the Color Computer Archive for those who want to just play it separately, but might as well just get EOU. It's got all 4 of his games on there.
It's a good excuse to get people to have to load in EOU.
True. And it's got, 3 other Floyd Wrestler games, including some we might cover later on. Magic Stones isn't really a game for a Game On Challenge, unfortunately, but Space App and Dungeon Depths definitely could be.
Yeah. Don't worry, they're in that list that I have somewhere of games to play.
Anyway, we're not running short.
It's a fun game, so definitely I think people should check it out. And speaking of, we were talking about how Floyd didn't show up for Thursday's show. Well, let's take a look at Thursday's show. There we go. So this is the game in question. So as you can see, you're the man running around the screen and following the ladders. One other thing about it is you cannot get off a ladder in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So you always have to go to the top of the ladder to get off. You can get on a ladder in the middle, which is a good time-saving thing.
And here we are watching that professional Canadian game player. Canadian retro things.
Oh, Sloopy showed up. So, Sloopy, take it away. You can talk about the Thursday show. Let's see if we can find anywhere. Okay, there's a good spot where we're not looking at me.
All right, I'll try not to blow out everyone's ears packing up the lung. This sickness I'm having is not going away.
Oh, okay. Well, I can take this if you want then, if you're not feeling well.
I'll give it a try.
Okay.
Actually, I mostly feel fine. It's just the constantly hacking up the lung that's killing me. But I'm sure I'll live. Yes, Thursday was a great episode. We have had up to 9 players at once, if I remember correctly.
I believe we did, yep.
Yeah, and we had quite a good showing of people playing Gem Quest. Even though all the difficulties of running OS 9 and such, which was quite impressive.
I'm not sure what this difficulty thing is.
Yeah, I don't know what the difficulties is. I think it's just user error. If somebody's having a problem running the EOU, it's user error because it is ease of use.
Yeah, well, it took me a long time to get it to run on my XROR.
Yeah, XROR, because it requires the ID hard drive driver currently, I think Karen is going to change it, or not, or at least allow the MUDIS driver, which is what MAME and VCC and OVCC all use. Makes it a bit more difficult.
Yeah, eventually I had to use VCC. So.
And I would like to also just make a quick little point out here of you can see in the top center of the screen KLENdathu being played by Coconut Bob, who did not put in a score.
There's a few people that didn't put in a score. Mark Mosley as well.
Yeah,
So we had more players than the high score indicates.
I put one in, it was
Shameful.
just late. It wasn't until this morning.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
That's okay. It wasn't that great.
Oh yeah, there's Coconut Bob's. So Coconut Bob actually got, what would that be, second or third place or fourth place? So, okay, I'll forgive you then. You did submit a score just late.
Yeah, and at least I was there playing. I mean, isn't that the main thing?
Yeah.
And an actual game of the week too.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
All right, is Sloopy still alive?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
I'm not thoroughly convinced by the tone in your voice.
Right? Are we sure?
Seems pretty reluctant to me.
I'm the medical definition of alive. So, but yeah, it was a pretty popular game. I mean, it was. We should probably play more of these OS 9 Ease of Use Edition games.
I agree. Also, I'd just like to point out, Sloopy, by the medical definition of alive, if you hook an EKG up to Jello, it shows as being alive.
I'm not touching that one.
Thanks,
That
Ken. Now I'm
sounds
scared
pretty
to eat Jello.
accurate for right now.
So
let's go somewhere else, shall we?
All right.
So yeah, another week at Gem Quest, and just a kind of encouragement here. I mean, I'm going to be working again this weekend with Wayne Campbell on the Basic 09 programming manual for all the new stuff that's been added in Nitrous 9 over the years. So hopefully it'll encourage people to actually write games in Basic 09, and Gem Quest is one of those. So it's and that was written before all the additions and stuff. So you could actually write fancier games at this point.
Yes,
so we want to encourage. Go ahead.
One of the things, I was just going to say, that is one of the things to think about when you're playing this game, is that it is written in Basic 09.
Yep, no assembly, no C, no nothing, just plain old.
100% machine code free.
Yep.
Cool.
I see Dr. Ted's on level 3 already. That's
Yep. I made it to level 3, I think, once Thursday night. So.
Yeah,
I just made level 2 a couple times because I couldn't remember the order to do things anymore.
Yeah, we still do have another week of playing this wonderful game.
Yeah, and I will bug Floyd a day or two ahead just to make sure he remembers to come on to join the show. So
remembers? It's tomorrow, okay?
Now, one little trick that I do want to point out that I just thought of is that little purple thing that comes out of the ground.
The flower?
The flower, if you shoot it, you do get a coin, but it's like 10 gold, so you're not really getting all that much. So you got to think about, is it worth it with the time that you're going to waste waiting for it to come up all the way before you can shoot it?
Yeah, there he goes on to level 4.
Yeah, the one thing that I did notice is when you were talking earlier about it's not pixel perfect jumping like most European games.
Yeah.
This is quote unquote tile/block setup done right. Remember how I was talking about what's the name of that Gold Runner, and how it was like block oriented, but it was very difficult because the way it implemented the block or the tiles. This is a much better implementation of doing things by block, as opposed to pixel perfect or absolute graphics.
One tip I will mention too, if you have a self-centering joystick, you definitely want to use that on GemQuest, because you're going to have to like time so you don't accidentally run off the edge, because you can fall a fair distance, but you take falling damage. Each tile that you fall down, you lose 10 health. So if you're plummeting down, sometimes you can plummet between screens too. Like you start falling on one screen, switch to the next screen, then you fall another 10 spaces down, then you're just dead when you land. So
I think it's on level 2. There's a spot where you can fall like 4 screens or 3 screens.
Yeah.
Oops. I do like how you can jump on top of the enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of have to in some screens. And actually, Floyd has mentioned he wants to revisit this game and actually, because there's a few times where you kind of get trapped and you can't
like
get
here?
past a certain spot. Yeah, well, I'll tell you if the guy falls off and runs off on his own. But there's some place where you can actually get trapped where they can't run off. And he wants to kind of fix that. So he's got some ideas on doing that. And since I've decompiled the source code, he's actually got recreated source code. So hopefully we'll see an updated version of GemQuest in the future.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
And what about a GemQuest 2?
I don't know what Floyd's plans on that. I mean, he wants to revisit dungeon depths and stuff too. And I think he even mentioned there was a Magic Stones patch he wanted to do. Space App, I think, is okay the way it is. Maybe just the difficulty might ramp up a bit more than it does now. It's pretty easy at the beginning for a fair bit of time.
So, but yeah, we had quite a few people playing, and they were actually playing the Game On games.
Yeah, both of them are good.
So the Game On High Council actually chose good games this week.
Woohoo! I do have to say, if I have one suggestion for Floyd on this, that maybe when you have to turn around, like sometimes when you come down a ladder, you're facing the wrong way to shoot something beside you. If you hold the fire button down, maybe you should be able to turn without moving a space, because otherwise if you go to turn around, you move a space and you automatically hit the creature you're trying to shoot. So
yeah. Now, before you get on the ladder, whatever direction you're facing when you get on the ladder is the way you'll be facing when you get to the top. Which sometimes, if you have the opportunity to move both left and right before you go up or down, you can kind of like walk to that direction and make sure you're facing the right way. But sometimes you're against a wall and you just can't.
Yeah, exactly. There's quite a few spaces where that's.
Yeah, there's one a sample of standing on the creature.
Yeah, that's a benefit, because that means it's 10 less health points that you lose.
Yep.
Now, I didn't see earlier with Dr. Ted's video play here, but judging by his score, I'm guessing that he's actually used the continue feature, which is, I can't remember if we mentioned that on the show or not. But basically, once you've died your 3 deaths type thing, you say yes, you want to play another game, and it gives you the option to continue, and it'll continue on the level you left off at. So you want to just explore the game and not worry about your score and see what the other levels look like. You can just keep continuing, and then you can gradually make it all the way through. For those that prefer the exploratory versus the high score challenge.
Nice.
Yeah, this is one of the levels that it's like, how do you get back up the thing? I think this
back up which thing?
Get back up to the ladder.
Oh, just jump.
Oh, there, because I know that there was one. Yeah, right there. You can't jump up to the ladder. You can go all the way up to the last one, but you can't jump to the ladder.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Oh,
realize that.
that's a spot where you get trapped then.
Yeah.
I think it's checking his headroom isn't big enough for the jump, so it's preventing him from doing it.
But it looks the same as all the rest.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's because it's just reading the ladder as something to be in your way for when you jump. So.
But like I said, Floyd has mentioned that there is a few kinks there that he does want to fix. That's probably one of them.
Yep, that would be one of them. So let's start making a list for Thursday.
Yeah, seriously, do it because, like I said, he's got the source now and he's interested in fixing it. So,
all right, get screenshots.
Speaking of Thursday, when and where can people join us, Sloopy? Because I know that after having 9 people playing last week, we're going to have 12 this next week, especially when they see the game I chose.
Ted. Yeah, that's why I mentioned it, because I remember watching it while on the show. The show? Oh, yes, the show. The CoCoNation Game On Challenge Live. Every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. You can join us playing the games on the Game On Challenge games. You just have to join the CoCo Discord and join the Game On Challenge voice channel. That's all you need to do to participate. You can play the games for the Game On Challenge, and when they're less than great games, you're more than welcome to play any other games on your CoCo, up to and including that awesome game, Neutroid.
Hey, come on, we don't want to scare people off here.
Don't be talking like that around here.
We've gone all this time without mentioning Neutroid.
Well, somebody had to go there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm hoping to see as many people as possible on Thursday. And remember, you don't even have to play a game. You could just be in there to chat with us.
Yes. You can just be the comic relief or just make smart comments. We're not very picky.
Well, I know our crowd. Are you sure they're going to be smart comments?
Well, they're going to be a smart type of comment. They may not be intelligent comments, but they'll be.
Oh, okay. There we go.
But
That's better.
they will be smart. Yeah.
Smart something.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hope to see you all there. So, shall we see what the new game of the week is going to be other than Gem Quest?
I guess so. Ooh.
oh, Charles Forsyth, Programmers Guild. Is that enough clues for anybody to figure it out?
No. I've never seen this before.
Name sounds familiar.
Well, you can tell by the maze what it resembles, right? Like what type of a game it is?
It's a very slightly it's a different
It's Pack Tank.
You're close.
Yeah, close.
It's a ripoff of Robot Nightmare.
Oh, there you go. So
put it this way, it's kind of a Pac-Man clone, except you can shoot.
Yep. And you can't necessarily kill everything that you grab when you get a dot or when you get the power pellet. And it is Pack Droids. Now, one thing about this is that the starting screen, I believe, is in the wrong. It's in. It won't work on a CoCo 3.
Semi-graphics.
Yeah, it's in semi-graphics.
Semi-graphics 2412, I can't remember. But yeah, if you play it at a CoCo 1.2 emulator, it should work fine. Or on
So
a real
your
CoCo
high
1.2.
score and everything won't show, but your score does show on the actual game. So.
Actually, you should be able to see the score because if it's at the top, it'll just print like the zeros like 8 times in a row or something silly.
Oh, okay.
So you can still see it, but you won't be able to see all the other stuff below that.
So
But yeah, it does run on a CoCo 3. The main game is just a regular P mode. So
if you die, how do you get your high score? Is it?
You got to take a picture of it just before you die.
Before you die?
Well, no, like I mentioned here, like if it comes up like the screen we're showing here, like basically on the semi-graphics on a CoCo 3, it just repeats the line, as many scan lines as that particular mode was set for, SG12 or 24. So you'll just see like a row of zeros, like where high score is now, you'll see a row of zeros, like 8 sets of zeros vertically in a row. And you could just read any one line. It's the same line.
I haven't necessarily tested it, so I don't know if it's going to show it or not, but it's a good reason to be there on Thursday because we're recording your gameplay. You can go back and grab a screenshot from there.
Hey, that's what I was going to say. Stop.
I'm definitely going to test that.
Which I forgot to do.
Yeah.
So that is our game for the next 2 weeks. Now, you've got, I believe when you start the game off, you have 3 shots. And when you shoot, it will go all the way across the maze, destroying everything, dots, monsters, everything, until it hits a wall.
It's Pac-Man where you can finally get your revenge, is what I call it.
Yeah. Now, when you pick up a power pellet, only some of the enemies will change color, and those are the only ones you can kill. The other ones will still kill you.
And I've confirmed it. Your high score will show up on a CoCo 3. It just shows up like 6 times.
Okay, perfect. Ooh, hey.
Cat option.
Jason's key.
Yeah. Your cat is a hat.
Hey, those pictures won't be considered for submission. You have to do a screenshot.
Oh, you got to get it well up.
You have to play on the show and get your screenshot from just as you die.
You heard it here first, folks. Sloopy is telling you what the screenshot has to be, which means he is the one tabulating the scores for this game and doing the high scores list.
I don't know. I may have to appeal this decision to the
I would say the high committee is going to override this.
Oh, crap. Does that mean I still have to do the high score list?
Anyway, it's a fun game. I remember playing this one. It was by the same author that did Ninja Warrior, not too far off from the same time, actually, which was a fun one for me, too. So Charles Forsyth did some pretty good early games, including one of the very rare third-party 4K machine language games. He did a Space Invaders clone.
All right, well, that's all I have to say about the Game On Challenge. So see you guys Thursday.
See you Thursday.
Cool.
Yeah.
So another commercial, and then I'll put everybody to sleep. I mean, read the news.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Get your pillows ready.
Hey, Curtis.
Okay.
Before you guys roll in, here's your CoCo registry.
Can you zoom them up there, Mark?
Kinda. Let me get there. All right, now let me find him. There he is. Zoom. There it is.
Here's your CoCo registry. It actually comes as there's a floppy disk that kind of came with it though. But what the registry is, which was the question, the CoCo registry is a database of current owners / users of the Tandy Color Computer 3. Each user record consists of name, address, telephone number, if provided, 20 items of interest, 30 items concerning CoCo support, 26 items describing their CoCo system. Records will be held for about 500 records. So basically, it just sounds like a disk of a registry.
Hello, CoCo enthusiasts.
CoCo users there and stuff. So
all right, so we're gonna have to look up ourselves.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
Now
See
said
if
it was
you
from.
existed.
Now,
I want to see if Mr.X is in there. That's what I want to see.
There you go.
Now, did it say it was from Rick's Computer Enterprises on the
Yes,
front
it did.
there?
Yes, it did.
Rick.
Well, Rick, you're holding out on us. You knew all about this the whole time.
That's a whole different Rick.
That's a different Rick. Okay.
Right. And Steve, did you see the message from Paul?
I did. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, I guess we're ready for commercial break.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
Future Vision Research is your source for FujiNet platforms, including the FujiNet for Tandy Color computers. The FujiNet cartridge supports CoCo models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB-DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the FujiNet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own FujiNet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
A little brush of joystick to really bring our CoCo experience to life. And now I'm thinking a flourish of blue to accent our CoCo scene. And this Skrzyniarz blue might be, but as I'm looking at it against the canvas, it wouldn't be the right blue for me. We don't make mistakes on this show. We just have happy accidents. Now let's go for baseball blue. A nice hue to accent from our CoCo, but not overpower the scene. Hi, I'm TJB Chris, the Bob Ross of the CoCoNation, and you're watching the CoCoNation live show. Now isn't that fun?
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, I'm going to start with the game on news. And the first one here is actually, it's been a 3-part blog by the CPRG Addict. And he's covered some other CoCo games in the past, role-playing games. So he's covered a lot of the Ultima-style games like Paladin's Legacy, Gates of Delirium, The Seventh Link, etc. And he keeps finding these other ones, too, that are a bit more obscure. So he's covered the Power Stones of Ard before. This is the actual sequel, Power Stones of Ard Part 2. And I believe from what he was saying in the review of it, and this spans 3 different blog entries over the course of a month, that there was actually a planned third part. It was going to be a trilogy, but the author, Bill Cleveland, just, sales had kind of dropped off by 1990-91, so he didn't actually finish it, but he did finish Part 2. And this one actually has a fair number of changes. You can see the title screen here at the top here. The original Power Stones of Ard kind of had a 2D look, like you kind of looking on the top of a map, like a lot of the old games. This one actually has a bit of 3D type graphics in it, though. Here's a sample. So when you choose your character, there's several different avatars you can pick from that you'll see, like you'll see elves and humans, etc. And then you've got some kind of status stuff up here. You've got your stats over here. He's got these little windows, basically. Anytime you have an encounter, you'll see a single monster type, and they're all unique graphics, so they're quite well done. And the number is how many of them you're facing. So in this case, you're facing 2 of these. But you have this nice little 3D look over here on the right-hand side that you get to wander through. And now, basically, the premise here is you have to solve these all these little weird, obscure puzzles. There's some like text clues and stuff if you look and search around. And I'm not going to go through the whole review because, like I said, it covers 3 long blog posts. But basically, you've got 5 towers, and you have to ascend the tower, and it's a 5x5 grid. And you have to ascend the tower, and you have to get a certain things to get onto the next level, and then get onto the next tower. And you're trying to gather up these pieces, and then eventually win the game, which he does do by the end of the 3rd blog. So I mean, if you're not into spoiler alerts, then I would probably not read the 3rd one. But some of the puzzles are so obscure, and you have to know like a lot of history of certain literature and stuff here to actually know what some of the stuff is and how to solve it. So I would definitely recommend reading his blog, because I could just see from what he's been mentioning in there that it would be way too frustrating for me to try to do. But very well done, nice, well done game. I'm not sure if it's compiled basic or straight ML or straight basic. And this is in particular, I've played the original Power Stones of Ard. I've never played the Part 2 one, and it's on the archive, so I'll have to take a look at it. But like here's an orc, type thing. Here's one of the other characters you can play. He does some maps here of the first 5 levels of the first tower, etc. And you got locked doors, and there's all kinds of little puzzles and stuff you have to solve. So it's not just a straight RPG of monster bashing and getting your experience up and getting spells. There's a bunch of magic spells. So I think there's 20 of them in the game here. Some are defensive, some are offensive. And there's definitely some tricks. You learn that certain monsters, you can use a defensive spell to protect you so that you never get hit type thing, as long as you have enough spell points to do it. And, so, you know, certain monsters can only get hit by certain weapons, etc. So it's a fairly complex game. I'm really curious what his part 3 would have looked like, but the graphics look really nice. For a CoCo 3 game, it kind of it's one of the better ones I've seen for this type of game. But like I said, there's 3 parts to it. Here's when he gets set part 2 he did in January 25th, about a week later after the first one. And then he gets into the final one where he actually gets to beat it. And here he kind of mentioned some of the details. It was published by 3 Seas Projects, which is Bill Cleveland's own company. Released in 1990. I think Power Stones of Art, the first one was 88 or 89. I can't remember off the top of my head. He does mention it's quite hard. And that is true just from some of the puzzles. Some of them are fairly obvious, but some of them are like total head scratchers. It would make, you know, Uncanning the Last Ring and Daggerath look easy type thing. So, but he actually goes through and wins it. He did have some help from some people helping like dump the files and stuff out to figure out how stuff was done. But a very good, thorough review of a game that I don't think most people on the CoCo 3 ever saw. So I would definitely recommend checking it out. Next up, and if Alan Murphy's on the call still, he probably knows a bit more about this than I do. But for those of you who've been following Microgames Basic, UG Basic, which is a cross-platform, you know, hosted on modern machines that assembles for a variety of old 8-bit machines, including Ataris and CoCos and Commodore 64s, etc. There's the current 10-liner contest, which I'll get into in a second here, that's being run out of Germany. And he decided to make an entry here that will run on multiple platforms that you can download, called Beyond the Door. And this is, it fits into 10 lines of BASIC, in this case, UG BASIC, that I think he's entering the one that allows up to 256 characters per line. But it's kind of a 3D dungeon style, you know, figuring out these rooms. That's from what I gathered. I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but you can see here's the CoCo 1 and 2 version. He does have a CoCo 3 version. I don't know if he has a screenshot of it here. Can't really tell. Anyway, these are all the different versions you can try. So there's Atari 400 and 800, Commodore 64, CoCo, CoCo 3, the CPC 64, the MSX, and the ZX Spectrum. All have versions of this, so you can just go and download it. And it's currently entered in this 10-line programming contest, which I will switch over to here. This is hosted in Germany. You can see it's running from February 1st till April 5th, 2025. Then they announce the winners. The rules, you have to scroll past the German ones because, of course, that's their native language. So here's the actual rules for the actual contest in English. And you got your different categories. You can do 10 lines, 80 characters max per line, 120 characters per line, 256 characters per line. And also, you know, deadline rules and stuff like that. So I know some people have, I think Jim Gary's actually entered this contest a few times in the past too. But if anybody wants to, you know, tackle some programming, and you can use extended basic, you can use basic line, any basic you want, as long as it follows the rules of, you know, how many characters per line maximum type stuff. And they also have rules against, you know, we're loading in these massive libraries with a whole bunch of routines done ahead of time for you so that you're not really using basic, you're using some, you know, big 5K chunk of something that somebody else has written for doing stuff. You have to use the native basic. And there's quite a few interesting ones here. If you go to here, you can see some of the current entries. So here's like Snail Race for the Commodore 64, Maze 80 for the MSX, Pac 10 Ladder for the Atari 8-bit, guess the number for the Atari 8-bit, Bomb Squad for the Atari 8-bit, a breakout game for the Commodore 16 and Commodore Plus and Commodore 4, or Plus 4, I should say. Battleships, 10-liner for the Commodore 64. Here's one for the Spectrum called 10-liner Counter. And this is in a language I don't know, so I'm not sure exactly what that means. That's for the ZX Spectrum. And you can see here, like, here's a 120 character per line maximum. Here's an extreme 256 characters per line. So you got your different categories you'll be able to get your game into. And this kind of reminds me of the old Rainbow one-liner and two-liners that they used to publish. And some people would make a game that would fit literally in 1 or 2 lines, which is a pretty good accomplishment in and of itself here. So, but you can see there's quite a few entries already here on a variety of machines. And definitely worthwhile, I think, taking a look at it. And if you're a good basic programmer, give it a shot. Maybe enter, get some CoCo love into the contest. Next up, Jim Jewett, who has been finding a bunch of the old games he wrote back in like 81, 82, 83. One that we talked about a couple weeks ago is called Space War, which is kind of a mix of text and graphics. And he's actually made some adjustments to it and re-uploaded it in a new version. So he said he sped up some of the inner subroutines to eliminate some delays, added a few graphic additions to the quadrant viewer, and he's added the M key in the viewer will draw a trajectory line to your destination if you're warping or moving. So if you've downloaded the previous one we talked about a couple weeks ago, you can actually get an updated version with some new features on it and also runs a bit faster. And that's on the Facebook CoCo group. Next up after that, Jim Gary published or put up a video, and he's also got the download for the game called Cavendish. And this is for the CoCo and the Dragon. This is not for the MC10 for a change. And this is actually come from a magazine called Input. Now, it was not a standard magazine. It was a programmer's magazine to teach basic programming or machine language and some other things too. So I'll play a little bit of the games you can kind of see. And this is a war game. So if you're familiar with Arc Royal games or Soft Ride or something like that, you'll probably, recognize the best word of it here. But basically, you got the map and you got the different troops and stuff you're moving around, and you got your different commands, and you start firing cannons and everything else here. So it's a pretty typical one, written in BASIC using draw statements. There's no assembly language in this one. What I found the most fascinating, other than the game itself, is where it came from. So this is a game called Input, and it was actually produced by a guy named Michael Cavendish. And basically, it's got articles on how to program, sometimes in a simulator, 6502, Z80, 679, or whatever it was. They covered, this is a British magazine, so they're covering a lot of the British machines, including the Dragon 3264, the ZX Spectrum, C64, BBC Micro, that kind of thing. But these are tutorials. And the war game that Jim had typed in here spanned several issues of the magazine. So this is part one we're just looking at here as an example. But you can see it's quite a professionally done magazine. Now, the claiming on the Internet Archive is that this is 1997, yet if I look at the actual copyright page, it says 84 through 86. So I'm assuming this probably got republished at some point. But the original stuff would have been done back in the 80s, back in the heyday. And he kind of goes in explanation here, like this is the first steps of how to design a war game and what type of things you have to do if you're trying to do a war game. And then he's got the different sections. So you're setting up your UDGs, which I can't remember what that stood for off the top of my head. But he's got to divide into the different sections here. As you can see, here's the Commodore section that does the same part as this Acorn section, which does the same part as the Tandy, CoCo, and Dragon section here. So you can kind of learn like how the different basics do things differently. And eventually it comes out after several issues here that you've got a complete game. But I'll just show you the intro here at the beginning of the magazine. So here he's talking about the war game part here. And you can see it was sold in New Zealand, Australia, Malta, Republic of Ireland, the UK. Notice no North America there, so we never saw these. But basically, yeah, here's some machine code, programming the game of life in machine code, type thing. Cliffhanger for machine code here. There's some application stuff here, game programming for the war game stuff. Basic programming using Commodore Sprite. So it's got a wide variety of stuff. The Action magazine itself looks like a really good reference because it teaches you how to program sometimes equivalent things on multiple machines with completely different dialects of BASIC or different, CPUs for assembly language. Some of the hardware tricks on how to use some of the built-in hardware, like, sprites on the C64, reprogrammable character sets on some of the other ones, how to use page flipping, etc. on a CoCo or Dragon type thing. And you can see that here's a list of all the platforms that they support, which includes the Tandy CoCo, as well as the Dragon 3264, Commodore 64 128, Spectrum 16K, 48K 128, the Plus, Acorn Electron, BBC B and B Plus, ZX, ZX81, VIC-20. So it's a pretty decent looking magazine. I actually might go through these somewhat because I'm kind of curious what other stuff they published over the 3-year span of the original publication. And they did cover. Go ahead.
I've got to tell you, I'm feeling a little ripped off like right now. I would have loved this magazine back in the day.
Yeah.
And, yeah. I mean, just look at this one copy and say, yeah, I'd buy a year of this just right now based on this.
It is
But
good.
we never saw it.
No. Do you remember this one, Nick? Because it was sold in Australia, but I don't know how widespread
I
it
never
was.
saw it, though. I never saw it.
Yeah.
It is pretty.
Well, and the content's really encompassing where why the hell did it not catch on, Anyway.
Yeah. Like here's the game of life we were talking about earlier. Here's the Dragon CoCo version of it with all the data sims for the poking and stuff to actually program in the assembly language, and then getting called by ESR statement. So I mean, yeah, this would have been fascinating because I mean the comparative programming between machines, and not restricting to just basic but also assembly language, and also getting into how the chips work and stuff at the chip level. And then this would help you if you wanted to create a gaming writing company that did cross-platform. Kind of like Microgames Basic does in modern times. This would have been perfect because you could actually have code side by side. Like here's how you do it on a 6502 with a sprite chip, and here's how you do it on a 6809 with, get put buffers or something like that. So,
and what year did you say this came out? 84.
The original copyright here, which let me see if I can find it again, which I think is on this page here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Marshall Cavendish Limited, 1984, 85, and 86. Seems to be the original. Now, like I mentioned, the Internet Archive itself is listing these all as being done in 1997, so I'm not sure where they got that from, unless it was a republished.
Yeah.
They might have compiled it and republished it again.
Well, judging by the age of the machines, it would have been 84.
Yeah, well, definitely the original, yeah. I just don't know if the 97 is just an outright mistake, or if they republished them as PDF form in 97 and that's where they're getting it from. I don't know. But it looks like a really good magazine. Like I like we had some that did try to do some tutorials like this, like creative computing, but that was done earlier on. It was basically much simpler stuff. It wasn't really graphic oriented or something like that.
Yeah,
Byte occasionally had stuff like that early on before they got into just reviewing, high end hardware nobody could afford. But I quite like this. I do want to actually, if I get some time to go through it and kind of see what else is published, because there is a lot of CoCo and Dragon content in here, and I'm kind of curious what all did they publish. Because this is just the one example I saw that Jim, pointed our attention to.
I'm thinking I would be known as a wargaming programmer if I'd had this magazine back in the day, because I would have written one.
Yeah. I'm seeing some critiquing by Kieran in the chat here. He said, yeah, Tandy stuff was always changes you can make to the Dragon code. And he said there was lots of typos in the code listing. I think famously their multi-part machine code game for a Hunchback-ish type game simply didn't work. So there, you get to learn debugging while you're at it. He said someone did go through them recently and fix it up to what it was probably intended to be, but sorry, I forgot who. I thought it was covered here, actually. It could be, we cover so much stuff in here, I forget from week to week, never mind months ago. But if maybe that's the 1997, maybe that's actually the ones that, they went through and fixed some of the listings too, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if they publish a Dragon CoCo, machine language game, I definitely want to check some of these out.
And notice also in the UK, obviously, the CoCo wasn't known as the CoCo. It's always referenced as the Tandy color computer in full.
Yeah, with color spelled correctly even.
Well, it's in there.
Yeah, you guys and all those extra letters.
Debatable.
It adds flavor, also spelled O-U-R.
Yeah, by the letter, that's why.
Curtis, are those page numbers?
Where?
The issues are joined together, so there's.
Oh yeah, page numbers through the year, right?
Like
yeah. So they join together.
1237? Do they?
Yeah, no, they continue the page numbering between issues. That is correct.
Really? So issue 1, page 1, issue 2 might start at page 40, and it just continues.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
They join together and go into a binder. You can see the binder on the top of the page there.
Yeah, so you got a big book at the end of the year.
Ah, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rather uniquely way done, and it was rather unique to get, strictly programming. Like most magazines would also have like reviews of games or, other things that had nothing to do with programming type thing, because they were trying to cover the wide market of users, programmers, hardware tinkerers, whatever else. This is strictly for programmers. And I really do wish we had it published in North America. That would have been awesome. And we probably could help them correct some of this stuff then.
When being a coder was cool.
Right.
You mean it's not? Are you saying I should switch to hardware and learn to solder finally?
Don't go there.
I'll tell you right now, that's never going to happen. Anyway. Next up, Nostalgia Vault on YouTube, who's been doing a lot of gameplay videos on some old CoCo classics here. Is actually taking a bit of a break from the CoCo and has gone to the MC10. So he played 3 games this past week that he did videos about. The first one is a Jim Gary port of the Dinosaur Run game that I think Simon and Paul Fiscarelli did the CoCo version of. And of course, it was the Google game built into the Google home site for a while there. So this is a Jim Gary SG4 version of that. And for those who have not seen it back in 2021, when we first covered it, here you can actually see it in action. Obviously, quite zoomed up compared to the Google one or the CoCo version. But
By the way, I happen to have CoCo Thoughts all queued up for this. Would
Sorry,
you
what?
like it? I have CoCo Thoughts all queued up for this.
Oh, do you want me to pause and quit sharing so you can share it?
Sure, why not? We could use a wake up.
What?
I don't know if that was worth it or not, but
is it ever worth it?
I forgot how good he is.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, that was Jason, CoComan.biz's brother, Ken Reichert.
No, that was Samuel Guy.
I will use the term loosely, singing.
You weren't supposed to say that. That was a secret.
I'm shifting the blame onto him totally on that one. So,
yeah, well, next thing you do, you're going to say Steve is Mr.X, so.
Yeah, this is the reveal episode this week.
Is it sweeps week already?
Yeah, besides, I didn't bring it up. Blame Mark.
I believe he calls those segments music-ish.
Music-ish. Music adjacent.
That's accurate.
That's from the sister magazine Music, instead of Input.
Is that Muzak with a Z?
Yeah.
The second one that Nostalgia Vault did an MC10 gameplay video is called Animal. Now, this is a very early AI program, basically, and there's several versions of it on the CoCo that I've seen over the years. One was actually sold, which is kind of surprising. I think it was by Prickly Pear, actually, if I remember correctly. But basically, you basically...
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show.
Put us out of our misery.
Wow, what the hell happened there?
What was that? That was. Are you just trying to put us out?
Is
of
that
our
the hook
misery
coming
early?
from me from the side there? That's enough of your news, boy.
That's the big.
Hey,
That's the
Murphy,
big hook.
60 says there was no audio.
Yeah, I guess I better go fix that screen too sometime after we're done with the show.
No audio. Okay, we have audio now.
Oh, you mean the video?
Yeah,
Didn't play the audio?
the CoCo Thoughts audio didn't.
You
go
guys
out.
are all lucky out there in YouTube.
Right. Yeah, they had a.
Yeah, I think it's for the best.
Yeah,
Steve, come back next week, please.
We aren't always like this.
I don't know. You say he's seen the show before and he showed up. So
yeah, I suppose.
He
I
knew
believe
what he
that's
was
called
getting
glutton for
into.
punishment. That's what I think that is.
Exactly.
Anyway, continue on with the news.
Yeah, well, until you surprise me again. But okay, so first, or second, I guess, up on his
go back to
Nostalgia
sleep.
Vault. It's Animal from Creative Computing. So this is, like I said, an early AI program. It's kind of built a database as you played it because you'd have to guess an animal. And when it couldn't guess it properly, you would ask for another clue. You'd say, like, if you guessed, I don't know, gorilla, and it said, no, it's not it's a mammal, but that's not it. What would differentiate a gorilla from a giraffe? And you might say long neck. So we would know the next time that would be one of the questions that would kind of narrow it down. And as you built the database, it actually get smarter and smarter and eventually start actually really figuring out the animals that you were trying to get it to guess. And this, like I said, it was a commercial thing, was sold through this, is it Elite Software, Prickly Pear? I can't even remember now. At any rate, this is the original or one of the original ones for micros from Creative Computing, which we just talked about. Of course, it did Creative Computing, the magazine. I won't play any of that because it's kind of boring. The next one, and this is, he mentions there are faster versions of MC10, which he actually recommends in his description on the YouTube video that you should probably go play those if you actually want to play the game. But if you remember, George Jansen did that conversion of the 2048 puzzle game where you slide the numbers together if they're matching, and then it'll double or multiply them together basically and double them up. And eventually you try to get up to 2048, which is the maximum you get in a square. So this is a basic version of it, but not the most efficient one, but it does work. So that's the initial play field, and then it draws in the extra one that comes on that you have to see if you can slide, manipulate. And once you run out of moves, you die. So in this case, you slide the 2 down to the bottom, and then left and hit it with the 2, and it becomes a 4. All right, it's not the most impressive version of this. If you're playing it on a CoCo 3, I would definitely play George's. But there is better ones on the MC10 as well. I think Jim Gary actually did one of the ports there that plays a lot quicker. It was interesting seeing nostalgia about, concentrate some MC10 love instead of just CoCo stuff.
Steve, did you ever have an MC10?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I did have an MC10 at one point. I think I tried to port a game to it when I was sick in bed with the flu one weekend and got really frustrated by the 5K memory limitation.
Yeah, and the keyboard probably didn't help either.
Threw it under my bed and never looked at it again, but I did lug one around for a while.
Yeah, it's had kind of a renaissance the last couple of years here, thanks to Jim Gary and some others. And Inufudo in particular was released their generic engine for multiple machines, kind of like Microgames Basic is, and they've released about a dozen or so pretty decent games on it, actually.
It always had
Didn't we have a
problems.
whole
I've seen people
MC10 special?
Yep, we did. And several Dragon specials. Aldo 1235 did a 3.5-minute video playing Frogger, and he plays the first level to completion where he gets all the frogs across. So it gives you a nice, good cross-section of the game, and then does a little bit of the starting of level 2. You start getting alligators and stuff. So we've seen Frogger many times in the show, so I won't bother playing it here. But if you're interested in have tried the official Frogger, one of the very few licensed titles from a third party for the CoCo, go check it out. I never understood why Radio Shack didn't make arrangements on some of the licensed titles, like the Cornsoft Group, for example, got this for the CoCo and the Chair Setting Model 1 and 3. Why they couldn't have made arrangements to actually sell those in the stores? That would have been a pretty good plus, because if you went in the store, your licensed games for the CoCos were stuff like Poltergeist, which no other platform had, nobody had heard of, aside from the movie, and Zaxxon and Puyan. They didn't pick up Moon Shuttle by Datasoft at the same time, which they could have. And,
let's think about this. Why did Tandy do that?
Well, why did they pick up Zaxxon and Puyan then?
Yeah.
I mean, we've gotten into this discussion many, many times. Obviously, it's too late to solve it now, but I do wish they had had more shelf space for third-party stuff, because I think it would have helped sell things, because a lot of people went in there and they only knew about Radio Shack and didn't know all this third-party stuff existed. So.
Right.
Next up, the YouTube channel Attempts a Gaming Channel by LRU did a video here, and this is a fairly long one, 8 minutes of playing Tom Mix's Scramble, which is also part of the Dragon, of course. And he does his gaming videos to actually submit his score, and he mentions in the description there exactly which website is kind of accumulating these scores, so people can actually submit gameplay videos to prove that they actually played it, and to just massage a screenshot like Nick Moreni's does to get onto an official scoreboard list. And he actually makes it to the 5th level of Scramble, though he isn't able to get past it. And I don't know how many here have played it all the way through, but level 5 here gets pretty difficult with these tight tunnels. And this one is kind of shimmering and flickering worse than normal. It might even be worse yet. You guys watching it, I don't remember the actual game on the real CoCo hardware playing quite this bad. So it might be his emulator. I will mention his one strategy here is not good, is that on these tight tunnels, you do have to move forward, left and right type thing to give yourself enough time to back diagonally to get through. And he doesn't do that, which is why he crashes and loses most men on the screen. Whirlybird Run, which to me is a better Scramble clone on the CoCo, is really difficult because it's got really tight turns. And when I was young, I used to be able to do it no problem, and now I can't do it at all.
Is it me, or does that look like the second level to Popstar Pilot?
Kinda. No balloons,
Nick,
but kinda.
Were you plagiarizing again?
Well, Nick had to do a game that people would actually know, recognize, and like, to make up for Neutroid. There's my Neutroid slam for the day. Also, just to check to see if Nick's awake, because usually comes back with it.
I think he's breakfast.
Sleeping.
Well, just don't bring that game up a third time, or it will regenerate and appear again.
It's like the Candyman, yeah.
Isn't the MC10 processor faster than the stock CoCo?
Aren't they the same? I thought they're both 0.895 roughly, aren't they, to match the VDG?
I think it executes BASIC faster.
The BASIC.
Yeah, no, the MC10 BASIC is a little bit faster than Color BASIC was. Yeah, it's true. And part of that's because, well, Alan Murphy can probably explain it better than I, but it's because they had a more generic program to create the different assembly versions of Microsoft BASIC, and they didn't optimize for 609 anywhere near as much as they could have. And then finally for the game stuff here, Chronological Game, of course, has been going through doing the November 1982 releases on all platforms. This includes home consoles, arcade, home computers, electronic, digital, handheld stuff. And he's in the part where he's done all the official release dates from November 82. Now he's going alphabetically on all the ones that sometime during November, and who knows when they actually got released, to a specific date. There's a lot of Dragon and CoCo stuff that he's been covering here, so I'll go through a few here. I won't play video clips from all of them, but maybe a few. So this one here, first of all, is Dragon 32 Cyrus Chess. Now, you guys might recognize that because that eventually got sold by Tandy 2 years later. I think they started selling it in 84. So, this came out on the Dragon first. It was actually sold by Dragon Data themselves. And this actually ended up being cross-platform as well. And it was actually one of the better chess players. It usually was ranked one of the top 2 or 3 at the time. You would take on Sargon and some of these other ones and beat it most of the time. So it was actually a quite well done one. And of course, if you want to play a CoCo 3 enhanced version of it, that's included in EOU. That was a Chris Burke project where you actually updated for 640 by 200 by 4 color mode, which is actually quite a nice version of it too. So I won't play that because I think everybody's seen that one fairly often. And plus, chess isn't the most fascinating thing to watch unless you're really into chess. Next up after that, he got into CoCo. And this one is specifically for Ron because it's his favorite game of all time and one of the very few he's played on our challenges.
I love that.
TRS-80 color computer. Let's play Defense. All we got for this one is an advertisement, which is actually a later one that was in Rainbow Magazine.
Let's skip the ad.
Which is kind of like a breakout game. And here's the next one. Bring it on. I want to play some Defense. And I just saw in the chat, Kun, yes, there is an audience for everything. Some people might be tuning in for only the chess games of lore, but
any comments, Ron? Since this is your expert game,
he's playing it well.
It shouldn't take anyone in the chat long to figure out what Defense is.
It goes
Missile Command
harder and harder
here on the TRS-80 color computer.
Yeah, the one bad thing about Chronological Game, because of course he's trying to play all these games. He's trying to go through the entire history here, so he can't play a game for a long time. So in the case here, he played it for a good 5-10 minutes, but you don't get a chance to start getting the smart bombs. So there's the first spinning smart bombs, and then there's the real smart bombs even a little bit later than that. And he basically right at the very end finally got to the first smart bomb because people in the chat were speculating, well, there's none of the stuff in the real Missile Command here. There's no smart bombs. There's no planes. Now there isn't planes, I don't believe, on this one. But there are smart bombs, so
yeah,
they take a while to get
sideways too. And, they're very creative.
Yeah,
and
this was actually sold by Spectral Associates, who were just up the street from Steve there. So, is this one you played back in the day, Steve? I don't think you probably had to pirate it too hard, but
oh, I remember this game for sure. Yeah,
they made one for the CoCo 3, so you get the colors.
What do you mean, patch for the RGB? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because on composite CoCo 3, you got color just like normal. It's just on RGB.
Steve, did you ever have a Dragon or C1?
No, but you're jogging my memory. I remember people would send me Dragon games, and I had a CoCo. They sent me them on cassettes, and I remember kind of stepping through with the debugger Cyrus in particular on the color computer, and it didn't run, and sort of going through and trying to patch the calls that it was trying to make into the ROM and remapping them to CoCo ROM calls, and I actually got several of them up and running.
Yeah, because I remember some of the Mr.X games I had, you actually had fixed the keyboard controls too, because the keyboard matrix was different if they directly read the PIA, would read the wrong keys.
Yep, but I never had a Dragon myself.
Well, I got to ask you that other one that Saul Vectors.
Vectrex.
Vectrex. Did you ever Vectrex ever?
I've got one sitting next to me here.
Ah, cool.
Love the Vectrex.
Yeah, it's neat, isn't it?
It's got a 6809 in it too.
Yep.
Actually, there's a new version of the ROM library for it that's 609 based, and now it actually plays smoother than the original one did with the exact same carts because they call the ROM vector routines to draw the vectors. So,
oh, is that right?
Yeah. Now it runs in native mode and actually gives you some extra time. They showed like Scramble and a few things had a few glitches on the original that have disappeared now that the ROM code is faster.
Oh, very cool. I've got the Pytrex, which is fun to play around with too.
Yeah, I got to see that for the first time actually at the retro meetup in Winnipeg at the beginning of January. Next up, we have another one for the Dragon called Devil's Island. And this is one I had not seen before. So I'll play a little clip of that. Let's skip the intro part. It's basically a text adventure game.
And this game, even though I was showing the cassette, quote unquote, case, most likely it looked like it could have been a Ziploc baggy game as well. All right, so this program features a save game to cassette routine. Just type the word save, so that's a good start too. And this is where the game begins, and this is where I want to frame this game in a context of everything else that's out there. This game has a guard that's going to turn up after 110 seconds after starting the game. In other words, after all the instruction scenes starting right now, there's 110 seconds where you cannot get out of the cell and nothing can happen. You literally have to wait 110 seconds. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to fast forward so we do not have to wait for this guard to enter. Otherwise, do you realize how frustrated people would be trying everything and not getting past anything because the game literally locks you from getting to the first step? That's it. That's how crazy ridiculous this is. This is the world of it.
That's taking real time, I think, a little bit too far. I don't know if Karen has any comments if you ever played this one back in the day or any of our other Dragon enthusiasts from Europe and the UK, but throw something in the comments if you have. I'd be kind of interested to see what your take was on this. Next up now is Mr. Dave 609 in the chat, because hopefully he is. One of the games he covered this week also was Doodlebug, which is a rather famous clone of Ladybug, programmed by David Crandall for Computerware. And quite a good clone, actually. The people in the chat and stuff on the live show were actually quite impressed. But you'll notice the artwork he supposedly has here. First of all, it's on a cartridge. Doodlebug was never sold on cartridge. It was sold in disc cassette only. And that artwork never appeared on anything Computerware ever did. And I'm pretty sure this is like a modern, kind of self-made one. And I think it was Dave that did this particular one because the artwork kind of looked familiar to me at the time when he did it, but I knew it wasn't the original. And I was hoping Mr. David would be in the chat to verify that, yes or no, because I'm pretty sure that's not artwork that existed before the 2010s, at the very least. But I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. Now, the instruction sheet he's got for it, that is kind of the original instruction thing. In the baggie, as they say.
It's very old, isn't it?
Well, 82, and I think the original Ladybug in the arcade was 81, if I remember.
Right.
And one thing he pointed out on his review here, I won't play the video here, but fairly unique thing for the time was that Doodlebug, you can move the joystick left and right when you're about to start the game to pick how many men you want. So you can just choose between 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that was kind of innovative because you could, if you wanted to do the official 3 like the arcade, you could. But if you were just learning the game and never really played it before, you could give 6 so you can kind of get some extra time to learn how the game plays and then jack it back down to 3, for an official quote-unquote score.
Did it still score? If you...
Yep, it scored either way.
Oh, everyone will just go to 6 every time.
Well, the funny thing is that when we were writing stuff in the Rainbow, you just typed in a letter and said, I got this score. There's no photograph evidence or anything there. So you could just make up. And some of them did. You can go and take a look. It's like some of the scores are literally impossible to get. Either they're too high or they end with a 5 and the game only scores in even 10s. Like people just made up crap all the time to get their name in Rainbow. I will honestly say I never did for any of the ones I submitted. I did real ones.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave is in the chat. He says, hello all. So he said that one of his favorite games. So Dave, did you make that artwork that we showed earlier, which I already closed? So hopefully you did. Anyway, while we're waiting for the delay there, the next one up was Dragon Trek, which is a Star Trek game by Salamander Software. And this one I've not seen before. Salamander Software is a UK company, so obviously we didn't see them up in North America. And we had quite a few Star Trek type games. But this one had some rather unique things. It had some, actual graphics, which was a bit more rare at the time. And it's got some pretty funky artwork, as you can see here.
8 colors.
But here you can see kind of the graphical nature of it here. Now, the one thing that was fairly unique that I don't remember seeing on any other Star Treks at all around this time period is that when you fire your photons or your phasers, most of the time, all the other Star Trek games had that little, circular grid from 0 at the top up to 8 to go fire in different directions. You put, I want to fire at angle 3.5, and you would do diagonal to the lower right or something. This one, you actually fire, and then you steer the photon torpedo with your joystick, and it can go all over the place. But so you can actually, it's a guided photon torpedo, basically. It's not just a straight shot, which he demonstrates a little bit later here. But that was actually a fun mechanic I'd never really seen before, and I thought that'd be kind of cool. Let's see if I can find it here. It's a mixture of text and graphics, so your status screens are all text, of course. Let's see if I can remember where he figured it out. There's your map. Red squares indicate Klingons. Component there. Maybe back a bit. Right here.
Ed. Look how many shots the Klingons get in, though.
So that yellow dot that is hitting the Klingon there, he's controlling it with the joystick.
I love that idea, because most of the time when you play the Star Trek games, you're just saying the command for the shot, and then it just tells you what happens.
Yeah, and you don't have to figure out the angles and stuff like that, but you can actually steer the shot, which you figure in the 23rd century, they pretty well have that case by then.
By then, yeah.
Okay, Dave says no. His cart version of Doodlebug used the Ladybug arcade image, but I do know I've seen that before. We showed it on the show 7 years ago, and I can't remember who did it then. That's kind of bugging me now.
Doodlebuggy.
Next up after that is, it was originally called Galactic or Intergalactic Force, which is what it shows on this particular full-page ad from Rainbow, but later became The Force. I'm not quite sure why. I don't remember an arcade game named Intergalactic Force or anything else that, somebody might, say, change the name due to copyright. But I'm sure some of you have seen this game before. It's a fairly decent, trench warfare, kind of like Advanced Star Trench Warfare. That was done in BASIC the same month it came out, actually, than this one. This one's a machine language. Unfortunately, the game gets kind of dull fast because it's basically just the same thing. I'll play a little bit because I don't think we've covered this, or have we covered it, Ken, in the Game On Challenge?
Effect was pretty cool. All right, when the game boots up, you can pick the level you want. Let's go with level 1 first, because we have no idea what's going to happen. Oh, okay, I'm controlling. Yeah, it looks more like a TIE fighter now. It looks like more like a TIE bomber, and he bombed us already. So
I don't think we've covered this one.
I have freedom to move all around the screen. It is a
It's pretty easy on level 1, so if you ever do bring it up, I would give it a more advanced, at least a 2 or 3.
Chronologically gaming.
Okay.
I can. Very weird though.
Now I will mention something he hadn't figured out is that when you run out of your bullets, which is this yellow bar, like he just would die to get another ship full, but you actually can fly off the top of the screen to reload basically and then come back down. So that was something he didn't pick up on, but I've let him know on their Discord. Simple game, plays fairly nice and smooth, and was a 16K game. Nothing to write home about, but not horrible. And this last one is one that he'd missed a bit earlier, and it's called Conveyor Belt, written by Andrew Perskursky, who did a ton of stuff for T&D and Chromaset and Color Computer News. He usually crank out a game a month between those 3 publications, and almost all of them in semi-language. So they're little games. He occasionally did, kind of clonish games. Most of the time they were pretty original, and we've covered a few of those on the Game On Challenge already. But actually, somebody was asking me earlier, like, who the most prolific game programmer is. I will take back Steve Bjork and Greg Zumwalt, probably Andrew Perskursky. Because like I said, he cranked out a game a month for several years straight. So he cranked out quite a few. Now, were they, commercial quality? Well, they were better than most magazine games, but I wouldn't quite put them up with like a Zaxxon or something. But yeah, he cranked out a ton of them. So I'll play this one because this is one I don't think most people have seen. It scores very low. You basically it's similar to Frogger in some ways. You've got conveyor belts going opposite directions for the black boxes. You can't hit the boxes. It's in Semigraphics 4 text mode basically, so it's extremely low res. In fact, I'm looking at the code itself. I think this was originally designed for a 4K RAM CoCo off cassette. But the version that was released on T&D software required 16K, and I think they just moved it out of the way to make it run on disk, and that's the only reason it requires 16K. I think it was originally for 4K. But basically, when you cross the entire screen, from, say, the bottom to the top, you get 1 point. And then you have to traverse back the other direction, all the way to the bottom, and get 1 point. You keep going back and forth, trying not to die.
On the TRS-80 color computer,
Fast forward a
this
bit.
is Conveyor Belt. This software service is done that we played was CoCo Terrestrial, which is.
And I'll let you
like
judge whether this is worthy of being
played it
a
before
game on
the
challenge.
official
It does get
EC.
challenging, I
Too-
think.
Too crazy.
But it's
Use the
not the
arrow
most
keys to move the
in-depth
conveyor
game.
belt. I'm represented by a 0. All I got to do is move from one. I'm just tapping to move to the next. At first, I was about to say, "This
Oh,
is
that
so
game was
easy."
evil.
Yes, I want to play it. Whoa! It starts all the way over again. Okay, yeah, very very simple premise. It's almost like whenever we first.
It's
played
deceptively
Freeway, I called
hard
it
because
a
it looks easy. Like
frog
once you kind of get the rhythm
I
of
said
it.
was very simple. The David Crane Freeway on Atari.
But you die surprisingly
TCS,
often, at least
and
with
so
my
this one feels the
reflexes.
same.
Until you die, and then you die, and then you
It's so
die.
easy. I'm just going from the top of the screen down to
This
the
is
bottom.
perfect.
You know,
It has
you
a
just have to
score.
not touch any black areas. That's it. Easy.
Where's the slowdown poke?
Okay,
Is this
now I'm getting the
Frogger
hang of
without
it,
any
but
imagination?
Oh, you can go backwards and go
Kind
back
of.
up again. We're so
Yeah.
screwed.
You get 1 point each time you go all the way top to bottom or bottom to top. So it's very low scoring. Basically, the points count is how many times have you made it all the way across the screen, either
This is
direction.
another one of those video games that makes me think of it would be a perfect mobile game nowadays. That someone would be on their phone playing this.
It's got some decent sound
over
effects in
and
it.
over
That's
again.
one of the
And
parts
now
you
we're
can tell it's
seeing it in
assembly
November
language, but
1982.
yeah, simple game like Frogger concept, basically. You're right, but deceptively hard when you have to switch and go the other direction. For some reason, that screws up your brain a bit. I don't know what it is, but
Right.
I think the colors help scramble your brain a little.
yeah, and it's just using the stock, 8 colors
Yeah.
that the CoCo 1 came with. This is one that if I was, had a lot of free time, I probably would actually convert it back to run on 4K again because we don't have very many assembly language games for 4K that don't require a cartridge to run. And this would be a good one to put on because it would run perfectly fine in 4K if it was shifted back down to, where the disk buffers normally are. Anyway, that's the game on news. So let me switch before I get to regular news. I'll go through some of the shows. There's a couple of updates on there actually. So upcoming events. Okay, so next weekend is the VCF SoCal, Southern California. This is down in the Los Angeles area. This is at the Hotel Farah and Event Center at Orange, California. And there are going to be some CoCo representation there. I know Wayne Campbell and a couple other CoCo people are planning on going down to attend the show. There was actually some booths with CoCo people there last year. And it's a show I do eventually want to make it to myself. You can see some pictures here for some past shows. Fujinet usually is represented here. I don't think Thomas is going to make it down to this particular one because he's been going to so many shows lately. He needs a bit of a break, I think. But some other people will be representing them there as well.
Get a free bag of charcoal briquettes there. From the fires they had.
Actually, I don't think they were affected. I think they were further south.
No, it was nearby.
Orange is still green.
Either way, it's not funny.
No.
Yeah.
But it's bad.
All right, next up we got VCF. Oh, no, that's the same thing. Why is it showing the same thing? This is supposed to be for VCF East. Oh, okay. They list them all here. April 4th to 6th is VCF East. Now, I know that Frank and Retro Rewind will be there. And now, of course, Sloopy and a bunch of others will be there as well. And they can probably talk more about what the show's like compared to what I would be able to tell you, because I've never been to one yet. I think Henry's planning on going to it as well. I don't know. I think he went off, had to leave there. But yeah, there's a pretty good CoCo contingent at this one. Of course, this is the one where they've got the special computer classes they're doing, which is very CoCo oriented. So if you can make it to this one, they're going to be going through like assembly language programming and basic programming and Fujinet programming and all kinds of stuff. And they're going to be doing the same classes on each of the days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So if you want to spend, say, Friday going and checking all the booths and actually wandering the main show floor, you can do that. And then you can attend the classes the next day, which is kind of nice because at CoCo Fest or some of the other VCFs, I mean, if the shows are so big that you can blow an entire day just doing the show floor and talking to everybody and seeing what all news being announced, etc. And then you've missed a bunch of the seminars and presentations in the classroom type stuff. And this way, this gives you an opportunity to do both, and you don't miss anything, which I think is actually kind of nice. But of course, your presenters have to agree to, repeating the same thing 3 days in a row. So, but yeah, Henry's actually actively involved with the classroom stuff here. They're going to be using emulators just because it's a lot easier to, get everybody up and running type thing. But they will have some real CoCos down at the classrooms as well for people to see. And it looks to be a good show. And I'm sure Sloopy and others are very much looking forward to it. I will make it to this one eventually myself. Now, this one I have been to before. The Manitoba Retro Computer and Gaming Clubs, this is up in Canada, has announced their next gathering, which is going to be on April the 12th at the same place the one in January was, which is the Fort Rouge Leisure Center. Basically, everybody just brings a bunch of retro stuff. It can be computers, oscilloscopes, video game systems, electronics. Last one in January had a Tandy TRS-80 flavor to it. So we had a CoCo Corner with Bruce and David and myself, and there was a guy with a TRS-80 Model 1. There was another guy that had a whole bunch of the Armatrons and some of the electronic games, pocket computers and stuff. And then there was also, people bringing in Commodores and TI-99s. The Vectrix was there, etc. So this next one is kind of themed on the Commodore 128, and they switch the theme every time. They also sometimes have ones where they just go for a big supper lunch and just talk about retro too. So, but this is another one where it's actually having displays, etc. I don't think I'll be able to make this one in April here because, CoCo Fest is coming up pretty quick after that, and I kind of have to save my money for that. So, but yeah, if you're in the Winnipeg area in Canada, it's definitely worthwhile going to. I had a lot of fun at this one. And I do plan on attending again, just not quite sure when yet. And of course, the one after that is the Big Kahuna, the 33rd annual last Chicago CoCo Fest, which is only 82 days away, folks. And this one is the first year where we're shifting it to run Friday, Saturday, Sunday instead of just the Saturday, Sunday, with something set up on Thursday night. And we're hoping that'll help people that have to travel back on Sunday from missing out a bunch of stuff, which is a complaint from vendors and attendees alike. They had to miss stuff because they need to get a connecting flight on Sunday to make it back to work for Monday. So I don't know what else can you say about CoCo Fest. That's the main CoCo event of the year. There's just a ton of cool stuff happening. I haven't been on the Tandy list. I should actually check to see how booked they are. I haven't booked myself yet.
The one thing to say about CoCo Fest is you're
go ahead.
You'll get to most likely see David Ladd there at some point.
Oh,
I'm not sure that's a selling point or not, but okay. But as you can see here, anything with a red X through it has been booked now. This is the vendor tables here, so over half of it's been booked already.
You better get your table soon, Curtis, or you're gonna have a TV tray in the hall.
Yeah, or I might go in that little side room here, which there's a few there, and we had, I think Ken and a few others were in the side room last time too. So I did the fact that it's getting big enough that I have to worry about that kind of stuff is great. I mean, I have absolutely no problem if I'm in a side room because it might be a bit more peace and quiet and get time to talk to people. And plus last year I did 2 seminars, so that meant I just wasn't on the show floor to answer stuff in my own booth. And I definitely want to be able to answer some questions because I did have some people, email me and stuff afterwards going, I never got a chance to talk to you because you're too busy giving these seminars. So I don't mind kind of scaling it back a little bit.
Ask Henry III about the side room. That's where he was last year.
Yeah, and Ken had his little game challenge thing there, and there's some other people. I think Mark Overhoser, was there in the side room too, wasn't he?
Oh, I wasn't.
Well,
I was in the main room.
I can't remember who else was in there. Plus the auction room, etc. too. Anyway, great show. You definitely want to attend.
Wasn't
That's what I need to say.
Forgotten Machines was on the
Jim
side.
Brain's table.
Yeah, this is Forgotten Machines here, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got he's got 100.
Oh, he's got 100. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. So who's this then?
And 23.
Who is the alliteration guy? Yeah.
Yeah, who's 216 here?
Why does it go up to 100?
He was with us last year in the side room.
Okay.
I think.
So are
Anyway,
all the
there's a
ones
lot of cool
over
people there. There's a
100?
lot of cool stuff to see. There's a great auction if you want to pick up CoCo stuff way cheaper than eBay.
What'd
I
you say,
definitely would.
Jason?
Are the over the 100s? Are those like the overflow room in the hall?
100
think
to 106
so.
is the hallway.
Yeah.
Okay.
200 is the other room, I think.
Yeah, there's actually more room in that other room because last time I think we only had 6 tables there. And now there looks like there's 20.
Isn't it
See-
a different other room this time?
Yeah, I think so. I remember there
Richard
Grant
Lo-
was mentioning.
Richard
Yeah.
Lord Bieski will be there.
You see, 216 has a really long name.
Oh yeah, that's the alliteration guy.
Oh, there's Richard
Yeah.
Lorbieski. Yeah. That's
wonder
not
if
a
he's-
first.
I was wondering if he's going to have any upgrades.
He's been on there a few times and
hasn't shown
not
up.
attended.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll see. All right.
I hope he gets back into the hardware side of things because that would be
Well, hopefully
It'll
this
be
is
fun,
not
yeah.
last year's list.
yeah.
It's definitely not last year's list because I
No.
have Connect at table 1 and 2. So that's this year.
Yeah. No, this is
Yeah.
definitely this year's. And it's only been open like for what, 2 weeks? And it's already like the main room's more than half full. It's about 3/4 full, just about.
Right.
That-
So
It's been
that
2
Kodak
weeks
guy is
already.
the guy
Just
with
a
the
week.
beard, isn't he?
It's only been a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
How time flies.
Anyway,
I see.
it's good that the fest is growing and seems to keep growing every year. I mean, 10 years ago, the attendance was like 62 or something like that. Now it's up in the 130s and still
Right.
going up. So,
Nostalgia's making a comeback.
yeah. Next up that is the VCF Southwest. This is the one at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas at Dallas, June 20th to 22nd, 2025. And this is, of course, the backyard of Tandy itself. So a lot of the Tandy alumni will be there, including Mark Siegel. And this is one Brian Wiesler and I are planning to attend. And Mark's already said he'll meet up with us at some point and maybe introduce us to some of the other Tandy people as well. So I'm looking really forward to this one. And I won't be doing an exhibit table or anything like that because I've never been to the show before. So I kind of want to, at least the first time, kind of just see the show rather than be tied to a booth. Next up after that, Boat Fest has got its first little commercial here for its new date, July 11th to 13th, which is about a month later than previous. They're hoping to get more people out because they were having some conflicts with stuff like Father's Day before, which probably didn't help get the attendance, as high as it could have been, though it still went up from previous years. And Henry, myself, Ken have all been to this one before. They've actually made a little promo here for it. It's only 37 seconds long, so I'll just play it so you guys can kind of see what Boat Fest is like.
Calling all vintage technology enthusiasts and retro gamers. Join us July 11th through 13th at the International Retro Computer Expo in downtown Hurricane, West Virginia, just 5 minutes off I-64. Experience the evolution of computing with hands-on exhibits, expert talks, and a vibrant community of vintage computer and console fans. Whether you're into the TRS-80 or the TurboGrafx, you'll have plenty to see and game on. Don't miss this annual opportunity to relive the golden age of tech. Book your tickets now at ircexpo.net.
You probably saw a few CoCo things flash by there.
Didn't last
Yeah,
year,
including an LCB. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that, Mark?
Yeah.
Didn't last year they have that in the same weekend as the VCF Southwest?
Yes.
Yes, they did because I was there also.
Yep. I think you were in one of the background shots too, weren't you? In the background somewhere?
Possibly. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, they've shifted it a month to not conflict with other things because it was both Father's Day and VCF Southwest, and that was kind of a killer. But they have a definite international audience because, of course, the amigos that host it are famous for their Amiga podcast, which is watched by way more Europeans than is North Americans, and a lot of people come over from the UK, Germany, etc., to come and attend. So, if you want to get an international flavor, plus they bring like cool candies and stuff from the UK that we don't get in North America. We get some of them in Canada, but not all of them. Graham W. Vedke is one of the sponsors of our show. Has also brought in some Australian treats, which has been kind of cool too. So we know how Nick lives now.
There was definitely some unique candy there. Some of it was.
There's some unique booze too, which some of it was terrible.
Some of the candy was terrible. Like I had this one thing, it was just like pure sour. I was like, oh my gosh. Forget what it was now.
Like what was the one? It was dill pickle vodka or something?
I think so, yeah.
It was disgusting. I mean, it's a fun
like the
show.
dill pickle vodka.
What was that, Ken?
Oh, they have the.
I like the dill pickle vodka.
You're
well,
weird.
after some of it.
There was these locally produced potato chips that were really
yeah, those are
unique. Yeah.
After the apple pie moonshine, the dill pickle vodka tasted pretty good. Of course, I think
yeah, if you have a
everything
few
tasted
drinks
good
first
after that.
in rapid succession, maybe.
Well,
it
that's
tastes
because
okay.
you lit it with the moonshine. Anything would taste good.
Yeah, just down some Everclear straight shots and then head over to the dill pickle vodka place.
Good Lord, you gonna blow out your esophagus.
Oh, I just got William A. thing mentioned in the chat. He's going to VCF Southwest too, Friday only though. So hopefully I'll see you there because I'm planning on attending the whole show. Next after that is VCF Midwest. This is the biggest of the VCFs, and I think it's actually the biggest retro show in North America and possibly the world. Somebody can correct me on that. I know some pretty big ones in Europe too, but this will be September the 13th to 14th in their newer location, the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, which also happens to be the same city that Rainbow Fest was held from 83 till 90, 91.
It is true.
Woohoo! And I think it doesn't conflict with another event I wanted to attend that month that it did last year. So that's awesome.
It does conflict with another event, so we'll get into that shortly here. But this one, because it's in the backyard of Glenside, there's usually a lot of CoCo people out here. In fact, there's usually a whole section for CoCo and Tier City people, which Ken has been part of, Jason's been a part of. Glenside's president, of course, Jim Brain. Eric Canales, there's just a ton of people out there. And so, because this is the first time I've been talking about VCF Midwest in the recent times here, for those who have never heard of it and are new to the CoCo community, Ken and Jason and some of you others that have attended the show in the past here, what could you tell people about the show?
Oh, it's a great show. It's just getting bigger, and just some of the you have all the different platforms. You have all the different vloggers, YouTubers, and stuff there also, and it's a great time. I love it. And I'm really liking the new venue. There's more room. There's even some snacks you can purchase on site there. You can purchase some expensive pizza, but for me, it was worth it not having to leave and come back. I could just take the pizza back to my table. And ironically, the event that this conflicted with for me, which is not, it was not a retro event, but ironically is called CoCoCon, but it's a event at Hershey Park in Pennsylvania, hence the CoCo part of it. But so that I'm happy
CoCo,
to
like
see
COCOA.
Right, yeah, because you have the Hershey Chocolate World, and then you have the Hershey Park Amusement Park right there. So yeah, that's great news. It's not the same weekend like it was last year. I was really bummed. I'm like, I had to pick, and I'm like, well, I've already committed to VCF, so. But now I can do both.
And Ken, I guess I'll ask Rick as well, because Rick actually went to his first VCF Midwest last year.
I think one thing about this show, though, is that going to it, you're more than likely going to see something you've only ever heard of but never seen in person.
Yeah, there's a lot of rarities at the show.
So much stuff there.
Right. And I've got to add the site is so large that just because you're in the attached hotel doesn't mean you're any closer to the room floor than if you're in one of the hotels a couple blocks away.
Yeah, because it's in the area with a whole bunch of hotels and convention centers, right? Like it's
and the attached hotel is so big that you can be like 2 blocks away from the floor in the attached building. It's, you know, if they had a runabout or a trolley or something, it would be nice.
From my room in the hotel to the show floor was about a 15-minute walk.
Right, and I was in the adjacent hotel, and I was probably closer than Ken.
You had to walk outside.
Well, you had to walk outside, which is great if you ain't an old man with a bad hip, but we won't get into that.
And I have to say, like, where I parked at the hotel was really far away from the door, too. So, I mean, it was The parking's a little janky there, but
it's improved from the previous location though, because there they actually had people out in the parking lots trying to sell stuff because the main area was full.
Well, they still had that here, but the lot was big enough it didn't matter.
Right. There's enough parking at this venue opposed to the other one where you had people lining up the streets and there was times where you could not find a place to park.
You could seriously live in this site. They've got bars, they've got restaurants, they've got, you name it.
Unfortunately, the only coffee they had was Starbucks.
Well, it's coffee adjacent. I mean,
yeah.
That's not even close to coffee.
Coffee snob.
I just don't like coffee, period, so it works out for me.
Weirdo.
Yes, when it comes to Starbucks, I will be an absolute coffee snob because it's the most disgusting thing on the planet, and I will not.
It's burnt coffee, is what it is.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's the worst coffee you could possibly buy at any coffee place.
I think they prefer to call it dark roast.
Right.
And no,
except that their light roast is also burnt tasting.
Oh, yeah, it's also dark.
They sold all the good coffee off, and then they buy the cheap stuff on the bottom.
Well, that's exactly what they do. All the other coffee restaurants have all their coffee beans, and then Starbucks just buys their rejects, and that's their coffee.
We'll pump some mocha double chocolate syrup on top, and it'll be fine.
And 6 pounds of sugar into your latte there.
Yeah, that part I don't like about Starbucks.
And I see Ken Reichert's in the chat. No, we can't start the show over again.
Yeah. Also, Daddy Burrito said VCF Midwest was awesome. They also had a soldering table, which is just scary to me.
Yeah.
It was huge and nothing but cool pinball, arcade games, and everything retro, and that's absolutely true. So, and the guy that kind of runs it, Jason, is just a really nice guy in general. He attends CoCo Fest. He's been our auctioneer since Tony Pedraza retired from it. So there's a lot of sharing of knowledge and stuff, and even borrowing stuff back and forth between VCF and CoCo Fest, because we store some of our stuff at their warehouse. And of course, they have given us some of us tours of the warehouse, which is just awesome. They got so much cool retro stuff in there.
So what was the attendance there at VCF Midwest? Approximately.
Wasn't it 1,500 to 2,000 or something like that, I think? Or is it higher?
Oh, it was way more than that.
It was a ton. And
like 3,000 to 4,000 maybe?
I know during the day there was one part where I couldn't even see anything. You couldn't see things because there were so many people in the aisles. I had to go around later in the evening.
The show floor was what, 70,000 square feet?
Yeah, some ungodly amount, and your horizon distance was 8 feet because of all the people. So
yes,
yeah, it was incredible.
I had to go walk around later and look at things and track down the the analog TV transmitter that was operating there. Fun stuff like that.
Right.
I do know I will be attending the 2027 one for sure, unless I have a medical emergency or something. And I'm going to try to do 2026. That's going to be a bit iffy, but there's a chance I might make next year. I won't be able to make it this year, but
2027. Mark your calendars, people.
Yeah, nobody will even know or care.
Curtis will be doing a talk at the VCF to put everybody to sleep.
Yep, live news coverage.
Complimentary
pillows at the door.
Nap time.
Yeah. Hey, that's what I should call the news segment now.
Your food coma companion.
Now, for a conflicting one with VCF Midwest, and this was actually pointed out by Henry, is Retro World Expo, which is happening September 12th to the 14th at the Connecticut Convention Center in Hartford, Connecticut. And this seems to be much more gaming oriented. So there's a bunch of arcade games and pinball machines. There's retro video game consoles, retro computers. And then you got a side of wrestling. So this sounds like right up, Aaron's alley. This would be like a dream for him. And I don't know too much about it. I was hoping Henry would still be here to kind of talk about it because he's the one who pointed it out to me. But I think he had to leave. So unfortunately, we don't have it there. But you can see some guests and stuff that looks like it's kind of sports people and wrestling people. And then, of course, you got a fairly large show floor. There's actually game competitions, too. You can play and win prizes and stuff at. And it runs, 3 full days, basically. So looks like there's some pretty cool stuff there, too. I haven't heard of this one before, but there's so many retro shows. It's kind of hard to keep track. Now, if it's going to be in the same weekend as VCF Midwest, myself personally, I'd pick VCF Midwest every time because that's more the technical side of things, which I'm a bit more into than just playing games. But if it's on a weekend in the future where it's not conflicting with VCF Midwest, this might be a fun one to attend too.
But do they string their own phone system in the hall?
Exactly.
Because we do that.
No, but they can beat the snot out of you in the ring here, as you can see in some of these pictures. So, yeah. Next after that, we have Tandy Assembly in Springfield, Ohio. This, of course, covers the entire Tandy lines. This is Pocket computers, Model 1 through 4s, 16s, 12s, Tandy 10s, as we saw in the virtual CoCo Fest here a couple weeks ago. CoCos, of course. It's a good mixture if you want to cover the entire range of Tandy and TRS-80s. So it's been going on for years. It's in the same place this next year. I know they're starting to reach the limit of the venue size that they're at, and there's some active talk of possibly having to upgrade next year to a larger facility. Might have you move it to a different town. But this next one here is September 26th, 28th in Springfield, Ohio, the same hotel it's been at the last number of years. And Jason, you've attended this one too. Ken, have you attended this one? I can't remember.
I have not.
Okay. So Jason, we'll once again ask you, what is this show like?
Well, it's a lot of, like all the Tandy events. It's been a couple years since I've been to one, but you have a big variety of your other, not just CoCo. You have it's a lot of heavy, I'd say like Model 1, 3, 4 type stuff also, but then you have some of the Tandy 1000s, and you got that fellow from Australia, Ian Maverick shows up usually, I think, or Ian.
Yeah, from Australia.
Great name. Yeah. Okay. And he's a big TRS-80 guy, but yeah, there's a lot of that there. And but it's been a couple years since I've been. The last year I went to it, it was in I think there was some kind of scheduling conflict, and it got moved to the museum across the street.
Oh, okay. This is one I do plan on attending as well. In fact, I might make it a holiday for a few weeks, because this and that's the other show, VCF Midwest here, are actually just literally like 2 weeks apart. So if I make it a holiday and kind of just go in the area in the Midwest there somewhere, I might be able to attend both. We'll have to see.
There you go.
Not this year though.
No, 2027, 28, 29, somewhere there.
Yeah, I believe Ian Maverick is not only does he MC it, but I think he also does the auction.
Did we lose Curtis?
Can you not hear me?
Oh, there you are, Curtis.
Damn,
Curtis
back.
froze there for a minute, so we were
Nick's
just trying
reaction
to
is probably the
banter
honest
while
one.
you were frozen.
Ah, damn. And lastly, the one I got up, this is one I think, Steve, you yourself mentioned, the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, which this year is actually a fair bit later from last year. Last year is September. This year it's October 17th to 19th at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon. This is definitely more gaming oriented than just general retro. But Steve, since you've been to the show before, what's your impressions of the show? What kind of stuff does it cover?
It's a great show. I've been to the last 4 of them, I think. You're right. It's all about gaming. So a lot of consoles, a big arcade floor, arcade machines and pinball machines on free play, a huge like Tetris contest that's where people are dialing in from all over the world, playing Tetris against each other. They set up a full Blockbuster video store on the show floor, which is kind of cool. And Blockbuster has a whole award show. Tons of vendors. I'm sure it's not as big as VCF Midwest, but it's big. And quite a bit of retro computing stuff there. There are always vendors that sell Atari, Commodore stuff, a few CoCo items. And then there are always some booths that have classic machines, and TRS-80 and Color Computer are definitely represented there. But yeah, it's mostly a gaming conference.
Look at that
I know
logo.
AJ and Tim Lindner actually have attended as part of their Sibling Rivalry podcast a few years back there and brought their CoCos down along with a few other things like Intellivisions and stuff, and had the challenge of people coming up to their booth and playing against them in whatever game they picked. And I think they're planning on attending this next year, like the one coming up here in October, but I think they're planning on just being attendees, not having a booth this time. Because that's a fairly large show too, right? It's got a fair number of people, so.
It's big. It takes over the entire convention center, and it is full. You know, I mean, there's a lot of cosplay stuff going on. You know, you see the guy that always comes dressed up as Darth Vader, who rides around on a unicycle and plays Vader's theme on the bagpipes. It's just kind of a crazy.
Oh, I got to see that.
Portland's wild, so you know.
Those are the flaming bagpipes.
Yeah, it's really
Right.
fun, and a lot of the sessions, the talks are great. I met Jeff Minter, who runs MSoft, who did like the Defender 2000 and Tempest 2000 ports.
Yeah, he also did some early 80s stuff like Grid Runner, which actually was on the Dragon, for example.
Yeah. So he gave a whole talk on his history, and yeah, I mean it's great if you're into gaming.
Well, they immortalized our Black Beauty right there, didn't they?
No, it looks more like an Atari joystick there.
Yeah.
The buttons on the top and the red instead of on the side.
Well, that's what I see.
Anyway, that's the shows I've got. If you have any shows that I've missed that are coming up in the next 12 months, then please send me a message on Discord or email me at curtisboyle@sasktel.net and let me know. Give me a link to a website if you can, and we'll add it into the list. Okay, so next up is the regular news. Find that window and bring it up.
Oh, I did find that artwork for that Doodlebug game.
Okay, like the one that Chronology Game showed, or the original?
Yeah, the one that was shown on the program earlier.
Oh,
but it's
where's
in
it
your
from?
chat. It's from like a gaming website. I sent you the link. It's in Discord. It's in the Zoom chat.
Not plagiarism. Curtis died again.
Oh, my God.
I thought he was just...
He's back.
You're back.
Oh, because you guys never stop for me. Like normally if I get a freeze up, like you guys start stuttering and stuff too.
Well, you
And
get
then
some
clap.
interesting facial expressions when you freeze.
You're like those cars that when they stop at a light, the engine turns off.
Yeah,
just
nobody's
had-
here right now, so I'm not quite sure why the bandwidth would be giving me problems.
We
Weird.
just see Curtis picking his nose for about a minute.
Or your
Oh, don't reveal my secrets on air, Nick. Come on.
Crikey.
Okay,
Maybe
so you
your
guys should-
maybe your internet lines are all frozen up there in Saskatchewan.
I shouldn't be. I mean, right now everything should be super conductive and fast because it's so damn cold. Okay, so on to the regular news. So is Bob Emery still here?
If he's smart, he won't be.
No, he had to bounce.
Oh, did he? Darn.
See, he's smart.
Or fell asleep and conked out on the floor or something. His the CoCo Strangiato page on YouTube has got a new video called Just Playing Around. He actually tried to use the play statement itself in Extended Basic to duplicate part of a Rush song. I'll just play a little clip of it here.
What I'm going to do today, I'm not going to show you the whole listing at once. It's only 2 lines, but first we're going to take a look at the play statement itself, the command, and then we're going to look at the program overall. See if you guys can make a guess as to what you think it's going to play when I type run. So let's go. Let's see here. Edit 10. So just right off the bat, and we've got p string equals. So we're just setting up a string.
It kind of goes
variable.
through explaining it, but basically we wanted to prove about some of the stuff you could do with the play command, which actually compared to the sound command was quite an improvement. You have like Vaughn controls, and it's much easier to program music because you can actually use name notes, etc. And if you use a really fast tempo setting and vary the volume and vary the pitch and octaves and stuff, you can get some pretty decent sound effects. And anyway, I won't actually play the audio part. If you want to check it out and see if you can guess what the song is, go hit his page up. Of course, as usual, all the show notes, all the links to everything that we've talked about and all the different segments of the news here can be found on the CoCo Discord in the news section under the CoCoNation area. And you can check out all the stories in detail there. Next up, we have Terry's Workbench. So Terry had another video earlier, but this is a bit of a different one. This is actually a CoCo 3 system he picked up a fair amount of time ago, but he's actually firing it up for the first time to try it out and also see what all came with it. And he got a pretty wicked deal. So I'll play a little bit of that. I'm not going to play the whole 20-minute thing, obviously, but this is a part 1 too. So he has to do some fixing up of things here too, though he did get some stuff working that wasn't working at the start. But it was a pretty good haul he got for a pretty good price.
Hey guys, it's Terry. So gonna kind of go on a theme a little bit here with the Tandy color computer. A while back, I guess maybe 6 months ago, there was a color computer that popped up on Facebook. And let me tell you guys something. If you're a Facebooker, all right, you're into color computers. I tell you what, this right here is the place you want to go. It's the TRS-80 Color Computer Group on Facebook. Just a great, group of guys and folks that do all kinds of stuff for the color computer. So I highly recommend if you're into the color computer and you have a Facebook, you want to go there. Anyways, so someone advertised on there, or said on there, that there was a Color Computer 3 with a DMP-106 and a drive and a deluxe joystick available in the Middle Tennessee area, which is where I'm at. I'm close to Nashville, and this was a little bit of a drive outside of Nashville, is in McMinnville, and the guy was wanting like $60 for it or something. And contacted the guy on Facebook, and man, you guys know what that's like. I mean, trying to negotiate Facebook deals and making sure that if you drive, an hour out of your way, that person's actually going to be there. But he was there. He was where he said he was going to be, and hooked up with him. I looked and saw what he had. It seemed like it was all pretty cool stuff. He had some cartridges that I'd never seen before. One of the cartridges that came with it, let's see here, it is the Castle of Daggerath. Check that out.
Ah, the best one.
Very good. Actually,
haven't tried that yet. I don't know anything about it.
He'll learn.
Yeah, he'll learn.
You don't want to.
Came with all of the documentation, man. We had
He will learn.
The introduction, the extended color basic. We've got the quick reference guide for basic. We've got the disk system, quick reference guide, and the large disk system itself. Guide, which is cool. I mean, I used to have these. I have no idea where these are. I have like my original Color Computer 1 documentation over there in that pile of stuff in behind me. But it was really cool. I was very excited to see all the documentation that came with it. And it came with this thing right here I've never heard of, Home Publisher. I guess that's kind of like one of those things where you could like the.
I do plan on fixing it up a bit now that we have source, as long as the source is intact enough to work with.
Sounds like the guy who started to talk was getting rid of all his crap.
Which is this thing right here, and
it looks like he's got a CoCo 3 on the shelf behind him there.
Yeah, he does. It appears that
he's added other videos before.
Actually, an OS9 disc.
Woohoo! Oh, sorry.
So it has OS9 on it. And then it has a blank disc in here.
That's the Steve
and I don't know if it actually has the home publisher or not. Bad.
Anyway, he got those cartridges, those discs, that software, CoCo 3, a FD502 disk drive and controller. So that should be the double-sided 40-track drive. Now, the drive's having some issues, which he gets into in the video. The CoCo originally just booted up to green screen. All you had to do was reseat the gimme, if I remember, or something like that. That's a common problem. It kind of works its way loose. But all that for $60?
Right.
Like, you guys know, like CoCo 3s now go for like $300 just by itself,
Yeah, that's a crime.
Like, that was a wicked deal he got. Very jealous.
That's a
There's
crime.
oxide in the gimme.
Brian Wiesler, do you still find deals like that once in a while? Like, you're probably the best at searching these deals out, but have you seen one like that cheap recently?
No. The last one that I saw that was at a decent price was $125 for a CoCo 3.
Just the CoCo 3, right?
Yeah. And this is disk drives, discs, original manuals, the whole shebang.
Stuff.
Yeah, usually those drives go for
again.
Usually those drives go for about 75 to 125. So
Just the drive, yeah.
Yeah. And so normal eBay prices and everything, I would say he probably got about $300 worth of stuff for $60. So, because I mean, CoCo 3s are going for like 200 out of the box. They are going higher from time to time, but I would say on average, people are paying $200 and about $100. So I'd say you got about $300 worth of stuff for $60.
Well, and you got to keep
including all the software. Or is that just for the hardware you're talking about?
That would be just the hardware, but that software that he was showing there, that stuff never moves on eBay. So
right. But then eBay prices. This is a percentage deal. You might not get a working CoCo.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, the last CoCo 3 I paid around $130 for. So I won't pay over $200 for a CoCo. I mean, unless it had to be pristine in the box. If I'm looking for a CoCo 3, which I mean normally I'm not, but if I do happen to stumble across one, yeah, I don't pay more than that. So
back in the day, I paid $50 for a CoCo 3 at what was it? The CoCo place that used to service CoCos, but I guess they're still around.
Cloud9?
Yeah, Cloud9. Yep.
Yeah, because he had a whole bunch. He bought new in box.
$50. Yep.
Yeah, for a minute they were free almost.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not anymore.
Yeah, for a minute.
10 years ago, you probably could have scooped them up all day long.
Yeah. Anyway, you can check out the video. This is a part 1. There's a part 2. As you can find out what works, what doesn't. And yeah, I look forward to part 2. It should be out fairly soon, I'm guessing.
He's good to listen to.
Yeah, he is. Next up, now some of you may have noticed that CoCoTown, of course, he's been doing a whole bunch of assembly language tutorial stuff for the CoCo 1 and 2 on, stuff from reading joysticks to doing double buffer graphics to doing background sound, all kinds of stuff. And he's very entertaining at doing it. And you probably have noticed, like, the last few months, there hasn't been any content from him. And it's due to some unfortunate circumstances. And rather than just tell you about it, he actually put up a little video here explaining what has happened. And I'm going to play the whole thing here. Normally, I don't try to play everything of somebody's video because people, want to get views and stuff here. But I think the CoCo community needs to find out what has been going on. And this is probably the easiest way to do it.
Hello and welcome. Everybody here at CoCoTown Enterprises Limited prides ourselves on delivering to you quality infotainment week after week with the kind of consistency you have come to expect. But the past few months, there has been no output. What could possibly cause such a dearth of content? Well, there were a couple things that happened. This tree seems to have snapped in half. Where did it go? It fell onto that tree, which also snapped in half. Where did they go? Why, they went through that railing. And onto that roof. There used to be a ceiling here. Is that a branch poking through an interior wall? You scamp. You almost hit my RCA-CRT TV. So I'm now here at my temporary home with some of my stuff, not all of my stuff, but the stuff I need to deliver to you some kind of quality of something of note. And I do have some videos in the works that I'll be releasing soon. But I did mention that there was another reason why there's been such a delay, and that is because I have been spending a fair amount of time working on a new MAME debugger feature. So perhaps at some point in the future, I will talk to you guys about that. But until then, and until next time, just know that I am okay.
I'm just glad he can stay upbeat after having his house crushed like that. And that's kind of what LGR just went through recently as well.
I was going to say, is this an epidemic? Because, LGR's house got crumpled.
Yeah, and Franco Retro Rewind, of course, had his house flooded multiple times. Like, it's, yeah.
All right. And my maple tree's not too healthy.
You see, where I am, we just form blocks of ice around all the trees so they can't move at all. And that just solves the problem.
Oh,
so. Yeah. Anyway, CoCoTown, we hope things start working out better for you here. Glad you're okay. Indeed. Content can wait. Just make sure you and the family's safe and the CoCos are safe, obviously.
Exactly. I see a sponsorship that
thing here. It could be brought to you by a tree service.
Yeah, tree trimming service.
I'm glad he didn't update because I was starting to wonder. I thought maybe he just got busy. He was trying to get some certain routine working. It was taking longer than normal, but I had no idea all this was happening. Next up that, George Jansen released part C of his lesson 15 of CoCo 3 assembly language tutorial on YouTube.
Yep, there he goes again.
He's gone.
He's faded off into the Great White North.
It's the rapture.
And
Five,
here we thought it was
3.
only Ken that had the squirrel problem.
And he's back.
There he is. Is he moving?
You were gone, Curtis.
Oh, was I?
We didn't hear anything you said there the last minute.
Yeah. Oh.
Start
weird.
back with George.
I'll have to go check the modem router, see if something went wrong here. I don't know what that's going on.
It all went wrong when you said that. I'm going to do the news now.
That's a different kind of wrong. I'm not fixing that.
Can pay you, Rowan.
Did a moose get into your internet line?
I don't know what's going on. Like I said, nobody's here, so nothing unless somebody's got something running that's doing auto updates or something stupid. That's entirely possible.
So start this story all over from the beginning.
Yeah,
Okay.
from the top.
Okay, so George Jansen has released lesson 15 part C of his palette automation / animation from his Color Computer 3 assembly language learning series on his YouTube channel. He's already uploaded the disk image if you want to save yourself typing in the examples here too to the CoCo Discord in his own channel. And this gets into some of the technical details of working with some palette animation and doing shape stuff. He's got another part after, so we'd be doing some better, demonstrations of it here, but he kind of explains, if you draw certain shapes and certain colors and you start animating. He also gives some recommendations, like you probably don't want to use more than 4 colors, preferably maybe only 2 or 3 to do certain animations, just to free up that you have more colors you can use in the game regularly that you're writing. There are some exceptions to that, I think. If you have a game that has some 8 basic colors that are, for example, that are used for your standard shapes, but then you have stuff that's level based, certain opponents that have a different set of colors that you can rotate through, you can kind of fool the player into thinking there's more than, just the 8 colors that are standard and the rest are animation. So, but he kind of goes through the details and explains some assembly code and stuff on that. So obviously, if you want to learn some CoCo 3 graphics programming, this is for assembly language. This is actually a great series to go through because almost everything we've had previously has all been CoCo 1 and 2 stuff, and not too many people have touched on the CoCo 3. And when you're dealing with the MMU and the Gimme, there's some new stuff you definitely have to learn. So thank you, George, for producing this. Next up, if you're a fan of the CMOC, which is a C-like compiler by Pierre Sarrazin, there's not an update for CMOC itself. He's updated the bgraph library here this past week, and this is a graphics library that offers functions similar to BASIC's line, draw, paint, and circle commands. And the new version 0.1.9 adds a new public header trig.h that defines some trigonometric utilities, including cosine and sine for 15 degrees, etc. And these are used to help in the aid of doing circles, ellipses, and stuff quite fast. He's also got some bug fixes. He's added an Assembly Graphics 24 mode to the shapes demo that's included, and there's some source included you can compile and try yourself. And this is a kind of a sister project to CMOC itself. So these are additional libraries you can use in CMOC. And of course, if you don't need graphics, if you're writing something that's going to be text-based or something, you don't need to use this at all. But if you're doing graphics program, which I think a lot of people using CMOC do use, there's definitely been a really nice update to the library here. And he's got CoCo 3 support for some stuff too. So, I mean, it's not limited to just the CoCo 1 and 2. So anyway, that's a free download. Microgames Basic. Erico Montero has been doing a ton of programming and testing along with Marco Spedaletti, who's the author of Microgames Basic. And he's got a whole whackload of updates, and most of them are CoCo related this last while, thanks to Erico finding bugs or giving example programs where he's trying to do something. And, Marco is really good at responding quickly to issues. So he's got a whole bunch of stuff here over the last week that I can't even get through everything. Fixed IRQ processing under the CoCo 3, fixed the hang on the bell command under the CoCo. So a bunch of bug fixes. And if I go to the beta branch, there's a whole bunch of new, graphic stuff getting added on. Just a ton of stuff. He's got some other stuff for fixing Atari. And of course, this is a multi-platform. This is where you host it on a modern PC. you can assemble the code and it'll actually create stuff for the Atari 8-bits and the C64 and a bunch of other machines, kind of like Inafito does with their C-style compiler themselves. But this is a basic style compiler. And kind of following along with that, we mentioned during the 10-liner contest, the author of Microgames Basic himself put in an entry, that one we covered earlier in the game section. But Erico's been doing a ton of stuff here, kind of experimenting. And one of the things that have been added recently is support for the 64 by 64 by 4 color mode, which it wasn't used too often. If you have the original, well, the second edition of the original color basic manual for the CoCo 1, the thicker one with all the extra chapters, they actually had a little basic program for 4K users to use the 64 by 64 4-color mode, because that actually would fit in a 4K machine. Color Scarfman, if you've ever played that, another 4K machine language game, actually uses this mode too. But he was kind of fiddling around with what kind of stuff can I do with this type thing. So he released some videos, and this one here, this is all written in Microgames Basics if you want to see what the performance is like. So this is showing some animations of a character that can walk and run, and it has some background sound running in the background. Now, it's very simple one voice stuff, but it's still pretty impressive for a basic compiler. You can see he's using the mouse in the emulator here to steer it. And if you move a hard left or hard right, you run. And if you do a soft left or right, then you just walk. What the heck? And then he was also doing kind of a design. He kind of labeled this as being an early mock-up of a Downland Prince of Persia mix-up type thing, using the 64 by 64 mode with 4 colors. And yeah, that doesn't look too bad. That actually does kind of resemble Downland. And it's fairly low res. And I mean, Erico's famous for pulling the most out of low res graphics. If you've seen some of his semi-graphics for stuff like CoCo and some of the other stuff he's done recently, he's done some amazing things with it. He had been collaborating with Nick Morendes at one time, and I wish they would get back to that, because they would look pretty good from the early samples. Because he can do some wonderful stuff with semi-graphics as well. And then this is a little GIF, whatever you want to call it. I call it GIF. Of a little graphics editor type thing that he wrote using the 64 by 64 mode. So he's got a kind of a little thing here, and then he kind of moves the mouse cursor around and gives you the coordinates on the top, and you can hit keys to, or click the button to change the colors as you're drawing. So it's fairly coarse, but he likes working with limitations, like even the stuff he does with modern, like Picos and stuff like that. He always picks a fairly low res mode, because that's kind of the challenge for him, is to make something low res look really good, and it makes it easier to port to an older machine from the 80s. Next up, once again, I was hoping Henry would be here, because this is getting a technical explanation of stuff I don't really know too much about. But he's actually actively involved with the FujiNet project on getting the new version of the FujiNet, which gets rid of the little dongle took up to the bitbanger port. So this is going to be the cartridge-based one, which means it should be able to handle much higher speeds than the bitbanger version does. And he's just figuring out how I think it's the Raspberry Pi 2040 is out the RP stands for, I'm presuming. PIO, he's learning how the PIO is programmed. So this is more of a programming one, this particular chunk here, as he's just trying to learn how the hardware works. He also pointed out to me in his comments here about soldering. And no, it doesn't look any easier from your explanation there, Henry, sorry. So he shows soldering this RP 2040 PIO onto the FujiNet base card for the new version. And this is a early prototype here. Rev 0 Becker port, so it's still going to use drive wire type stuff to talk to it, but now you won't have to worry about driving the bit banger one bit at a time. You'll be able to do everything on the cartridge bus, so it'll act like a disk drive controller almost type thing, speed wise. So much faster.
The IO mount. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to this, and he goes into a whole bunch of technical hardware stuff that I don't know too much about. Does some programming. He finally got it to assemble. Didn't even actually really try it yet, and I know he's already working on the next episode. But this is part of the whole FujiNet switching the CoCo away from having to use the bitbanger at all. And that should really increase the speed of it. So looking forward to that. Next up, we have Alan Huffman. He was digging through some old stuff, and he found some of the original magazine ads he was planning to submit to Rainbow for his software company, which eventually became Subetha Software. But as he mentions in this blog post, the very earliest ad copy was actually calling it 42 Technology. And both 42 and Subetha, of course, are references to Hitchhiker's Guide, if you don't know that already. I'm imagining most people here do.
Bring your towel, yes.
Now, I do remember these ads here. I've never actually tried running any of this stuff. So the Shadow BBS was a pretty cool BBS that included ANSI support, XY modem, 28 line screens with 40 or 80 columns, software clock built in, message areas, all kinds of stuff. Multi-basic sounds pretty cool. And I never tried this back in the day because by this time I was already doing OS 9 stuff pretty exclusively. But I'll just read the ad here, especially for our audio listeners. I don't know if he's submitted this to the archive or not. I didn't get a chance to check before the show, but he says, ever wonder why with 120K or 512K, you cannot use even 32K under RS-DOS? Well, now there's multi-basic, making it possible without adding any new commands. Because some of the other utilities like Danosoft's Big Basic and stuff, you had to learn new commands to access the extra memory. And he says here, in this case, without adding any commands, the use of all of your CoCo 3's memory by BASIC itself. Have several programs loaded in memory at once, able to call subroutines from each other, move between each other, even load other programs from disk, all without variable loss or interruption of program flow. So this kind of sounds like a hyper advanced version of the chain command that the CoCo Deluxe, the Deluxe CoCo had built into their updated ROMs. So that sounds pretty interesting. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to check to see if this is something he's uploaded to the archive. If not, I'm going to kind of pester him because that sounds like it should be on there. And the BBS, I mean, it's not many people run BBSs, but I know there was talk maybe at a CoCo Fest having somebody host a BBS that people could log into even from their hotel room and log onto an actual CoCo on the show floor and kind of go through stuff. And there's a few BBS packages I think will work pretty good for this kind of thing. But basically, he goes through the ad copy and then he's trying to do layouts to try to explain to a typesetter how he wants it set up. And there's a few different changes as you go through. So it's kind of the history of how this initial ad that started Subetha Software advertising in Rainbow works. And then eventually they took it to a typesetter, did everything professionally and came with the logo. They changed the name to Subetha Software. And, the rest is history, as they say. Next, about that, the clueless engineer returns with part 3 of his Metra Alice, where he's trying to get the keyboard working. And he was checking for dead solder joints or, maybe the Mylar broke, which is a common problem on CoCos. There are the CoCos as well. And by the way, if you have a CoCo 1, 2, or 3 that has that problem, Rick has a solution for you. So you can contact Rick. This one here, though, because he's trying to compare it with a MC10. So he actually got an MC10 finally. He's actually got them side by side. Obviously, you've got a few differences like the SCART versus the RF out. But there's actually some other things he kind of points out going through in the video here that I did not know were different between the two. Let me find my notes here. For one thing, the Alice uses less screws. I did not know that. I always thought the taking apart would be pretty well the same, but it's not quite. And they actually take some both parts and kind of compare the motherboards together. And of course, the MC10 has this huge RF shield, which is not present on the Alice whatsoever. And of course, the RF can's been replaced with the circuitry to generate the SCART video. And there's some other differences too. There's some other subtleties that you can go through. And he kind of goes through and explains all of that. But he goes through when he's trying to solve fixing the keyboard problem. It looks like because the way the 6803 actually has IO pins and stuff on itself, it looks like the CPU portion that's trying to talk to the keyboard is the part that's broke. So he's going to try to get a 6803. Now, one other thing he mentions in here, and I don't know if I grab the exact thing here. Is that the 6803 in here is a locally French-made one by Thomson, the same guys that did the MO5, which is a 6809 base system. So this is not an actual Hitachi. It's not an actual Motorola. It's a Thomson duplicate of the 6803. Which he's kind of sad about because he was trying to keep the Matra, with all the French versions of chips, etc., that were in it. And in this case, you can't find a Thomson 6803 anymore, so it doesn't look like he'll be able to. So he's probably going to have to get a Motorola replacement or even an Hitachi replacement. But I didn't know that there was a Thomson version of the 603. I had no idea. I'm wondering if there's 6809s. Does anybody know here if those were also Thomson versions?
I actually have some Thomson 68008s. So I'm very likely Thompson cross-licensed a lot of stuff.
Okay.
And I would say that the second Alice, the bigger one, which had the improved video chip, was probably a chip that was made by Thompson as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's 32 in the Alice 90. I bet you would be.
Yeah.
So cross-license to Motorola, but not Hitachi, so no 63 anything for you.
No, he mentions, if I remember correctly in the video, that there are some Hitachi chips that were also duplicated by Thompson. So I think they kind of did both.
Oh, cool.
Anyway, it's a really interesting video comparing the MC10 to the Alice and also some of the unique stuff on the Alice itself. And I'm sure you hard guys will love it. So definitely go check it out. Next up, we got some updates for the Dragon. So Stephen Evans, or Zephyr as he's known on the World of Dragon forums, has released some more software updates this week. The first one is Dragon DOS 64 version 1.0. This version modifies the original Dragon DOS to operate entirely in 64K RAM mode. So it's kind of like the ROM to RAM copy that we do on the CoCo if you want to patch the ROMs. And this enables it to work properly with the reset patch that we covered a couple of weeks ago. And he also uploaded a second version a little bit later that actually puts in an auto pause on a directory. So if the directory is going zipping by on the screen, instead of having to shift at to pause it, it'll just pause, right as soon as the screen fills, hit a key, and you'll continue on. Or you can hit break or left arrow, as he mentions here, to actually just quit the directory entirely. This is something that the CoCo SDC supports as well. I guess CDOS. I think ADOS and a few others also had support for stuff like this. You can do a T-mode pause on OS9 to do the same thing, which is kind of handy because if you get a disk full of 1 granule files and it's 68 of them, it whips by pretty quick. So, and then he followed up that with a NX01 version of Dragon DOS. So basically the same thing. This is a modified version, but this includes a whack load of patches that were published in the July and August, I think. No, May and July 1985 issues of Dragon User Magazine. So these are bug fixes for Dragon DOS or enhancements. Some of them were really bad bugs that could corrupt data. It's kind of like the original disk controller for the CoCo had some problems where sometimes you would trash your directory. And he's got a complete, technical explanations of all the different patches that were done. Now, Dragon DOS is a lot more complex and more configurable than Disk Basic. So Disk Basic is basically hard-coded for 35-track double density single-sided. Dragon DOS supported 40 tracks, double-sided or single-sided, 80 tracks, sector-based rather than granule-based. So there's a lot more that can go wrong. And, obviously there's some bugs here, as they mentioned here. And he goes through a list here. He even explains what the patches were, what they fix. So this is basically all the patches over 2 months worth of Dragon User Magazines applied, plus the 64K RAM patch that if you hit reset, it stays in RAM mode. So you don't lose the changes. It doesn't revert back to the ROM version. And I'd probably recommend this one over the previous one just because you get all the bug fixes. But you can see there's quite a few things that they addressed here. And then later on this week, he also added the auto pause feature that you can pause the directory listing as well. So if you have a Dragon and you want to run Dragon DOS, but you want it to be able to be 64K friendly, and you want a whole bunch of fixes to some bugs that were in the original Dragon DOS ROM, I would definitely recommend going and getting these. Next up, there's a whole bunch of updates from Julian Brown over the week, and I couldn't even keep up with them all. Of course, he's the one who's been working on the Dragon 32 reproduction board that he's now at the point where he's got the original clone of the original Dragon 32 board basically working. So now he's working on some of the auxiliary boards, and then he's going to be adding a whole bunch of new features and making a new motherboard that has a whole bunch of extra things added to it. So this particular one I'm just showing on the screen is just one of the later ones. And he said, couldn't resist adding in the power circuit, just needs a few more resistors, safety caps, and lower power regulators. Won't be done until Sunday now, though. The video circuit is fully traced out as far as I can tell without desoldering parts. And then he sent me a private message because he didn't think he'd be able to attend the show today. Though I did see he was at least briefly in the chat earlier. The notes about the CCAM boards that he's working on. He says that they are to create a record of the original CCAM boards that Dragon Data designed. And that these were unique in that they split the video circuit across the main motherboard and the power board. So the video actually for the CCAM adapter, it covers both boards inside the Dragon. He plans to use this as a reference to make his own design to eventually create analog RGB directly from the VDG using just transistors and resistors. Would be kind of cool. And of course, CCAM was a format that was unique to basically France and I think like some of the Eastern European countries. I think. One of you guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
Russia. Russia was the other big CCAM user.
Okay.
Most of the world is PAL.
Yeah. Those are some oddballs there too. Like Brazil had kind of a weird NTSC PAL mixture.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's basically right now he's trying to recreate the original CCAM board from Dragon Data itself. And once he's got that working, he thinks he can, compress it down to just using transistor resistors to get a raw RGB output, which would be perfect for SCART or maybe even hooking up a CM8 to a Dragon or something like that. And that's it for the news.
Woohoo.
My apologies for any of the hiccups I had with transmitting. I've actually got faster bandwidth now, so that shouldn't be happening unless somebody's, PlayStation 5 or something is downloading 30 gig updates or something in the background that I'm not aware of.
Right.
Okay, you're going to have to give me a minute because I was downstairs trying to
He's huffing up the stairs now and trying not to sound like it.
I was going to say, it looks like David Ladd's joined us, but it's just a picture in Kevin Holloway's avatar.
Yeah, he's...
I do see Wingnut has joined us, though, so welcome, Wingnut.
Hey, Ronnie.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Did you watch the show at all?
I was driving home from downstate, so I've been mostly listening.
Yeah, we don't want you to fall into an induced coma over the news and drive off the road, so that's a good planning on your part.
Okay, we
the
ready to
blackouts
run
are
the outro for real this time?
Yep. And don't forget, next week is the 400th episode of the combined CoCo Talk and CoCoNation show lineage.
If you're an artist, draw something up for it.
Yeah, and that especially means Ron Delvaux.
Yeah.
We got a commitment from him earlier that we all witnessed, and we will hold him to it.
He's going to do it.
But if you have some suggestions of how we can present that and what kind of graphic to design, please, on the CoCo Discord,
give us some ideas.
Give us some ideas.
Keep in mind, where am I going to use it?
Right down below there, right?
Oh, instead of our usual thumbnail?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just, when I'm doing the news, just plaster it over where my face would normally be. That'd be fine.
Most of our faces, that would probably work.
Maybe we should all get like 400 glasses to put on.
Yeah. It's kind of like the 2000 New Year's ones,
Elton
right?
John,
Yeah.
like.
400.
And of course, next week is VCF SoCal. So,
yep, correct.
Hopefully, Wayne, we can get a live report.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know if Wayne will have enough to bandwidth himself, but he's going with somebody else who might. And there's probably going to be some other CoCo people there too. So hopefully we'll get somebody to at least, if not, at least take some pictures and send them up to us and we can at least show them on the show.
That would be good.
Definitely.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay, I guess that's it for this week.
Wow, another one in the can.
Was this a short show or a long show? I don't even know at this point.
We're at 4.5 hours.
It's dark outside, see?
It's dark outside.
So,
I hear New Year's fireworks going off. Must have lasted a long time.
all right. Well, till next week, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Till next